Hello, dear listener, and welcome or Jingiwala to the Indigenous Governance Podcast, a Trans-Tasman collaboration between Australian Indigenous Governance Institute, or AIGI, and the Community Governance Aotearoa. I am Regina Rogers. I am a proud freshwater Wiradjuri woman with strong ties to this beautiful saltwater Bundjalung nation. I am the CEO of AIGI, and AIGI is the Indigenous-led centre dedicated to advancing governance, knowledge and excellence, empowering our First Nations peoples through world-class resources and professional development.
Kia ora koutou, ko waio, he uri tēnei no Ngāti Porou, te aitanga mahaki, rungu whakaata me Ngāti Kahungunu. Ko Rosanna Hiha tōku ingoa, ko tūmu whakarai o Community Governance Aotearoa. Community Governance Aotearoa supports and strengthens not-for-profit organisations across the community and voluntary sector. This includes iwi Māori entities and organisations. We lead kaupapa that supports great sector governance leadership in Aotearoa.
So before we begin, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of all the lands we recorded these episodes from and pay our respects to our elders past and present across all the beautiful lands where our listeners are joining us from today.
He puna mātauranga kia ora ai te tangata, a source of knowledge to enlighten and sustain our people. At Community Governance Aotearoa, we honour the wisdom of those who came before us, the lived knowledge of today, and our responsibility to those who follow. Tēnā te mihi nui.
So in this podcast series, we're honoured to hear from the Indigenous governance leaders and experts as they explore Indigenous governance, nation building, and the pathways towards stronger, self-determined futures. We recognise that Māori and Australian First Nations communities bring a distinct histories, protocols, governing traditions, and lived experiences. So by learning from one another, we aim to support governance practices that reflect the unique contexts, priorities, and strengths of our communities. Through open conversation between peers, the series shares real experiences, cultural insights, and practical lessons from leaders who work within their communities.
Together, these conversations offer a powerful look at how Indigenous communities are strengthening governance and building futures grounded in culture, community, and self-determination. Enjoy the series.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Welcome to this podcast, Governing for Self-Determination. My name is Kevin Honey. I'm a board director or trustee from Community Governance Aotearoa. I have over 30 years governance and operation experience in trusts, mainly at family level or whānau level, but some experience also through community or kaupapa trusts. Whether these trusts range from family land management, legacy estates to national queer community archives or advocacy at the national level or even regional level is where my experience in terms of governance has come from. My tribal links are Ngāti Tūwharetoa, Ngāti Hau, Ngāti Rangi, Ngāti Uanuku, Whānau Apanui, Ngāti Kahananu, and Ngāti Tūho. Reira, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa, e whakarongo mai nā I tēnei wā, kia hau, me o kuhoa no the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute, Yami Williamson, no reira tēnā koe, Yami, welcome, and how are you?
Thank you, Kevin. I'm very well, and it's wonderful to be with you. My name is Baimi Williamson. I'm Uwaliai. I come from northwest New South Wales, from a little place called Gaduga, and my mother comes from northwest Queensland, another little place called Cloncurry. I am a director of the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute, and I have postgraduate qualifications in Indigenous governance from the University of Victoria in British Columbia in Canada, and also from the Native Nations Institute at the University of Arizona. I do governance training for boards of community organisations and also do training for community groups that want to incorporate. And I work with a vast array of community groups and organisations, from native title groups, PBCs, prescribed bodies corporate, range of programs, community controlled organisations and community health organisations, to name but a few. But I'm stoked to be here to have a yarn with yourself, Kevin, around this awesome and important topic.
I guess a good way of getting into this conversation, Dami, is to think about, well, what does Indigenous governance mean to you?
Yeah. Well, Kevin, I'll start, but I'm also really interested to hear your insights and perspectives as well. For me, I've always understood the context of governing in our communities to be quite different to the exercising of governance for non-Indigenous communities. I mean, the underlying factors that kind of define the context for Indigenous communities is just fundamentally different. We're talking about unique attachments to place, deep attachments to place, unique rights holders in contemporary contexts, that is, rights to enjoy lands and waters, rights to resources, and rights to be together as a group and express a collective form of identity. So these are rights which Indigenous peoples enjoy here in Australia and elsewhere that I guess fundamentally sets groups apart from non-Indigenous community groups and organisations or traditional kind of Western corporations. And I think at the heart of it really is this question of self-determination, of what does it mean for a group to come together, to hold and possess a collective identity, and to exercise that collective identity through a modern corporation. Perhaps that's a good place to start on how it's different over here. And certainly strong commonalities with Indigenous groups elsewhere in the world. But I'm also really interested to hear your thoughts, Kevin, reflecting on your experiences in Aotearoa, working with Māori and iwi groups.
Kia ora, Dami. I guess for me, what defines Indigenous governance is actually a level of comfort, being in a meeting or discussing issues, whether it's family or community. And then when I mean comfort, I'm actually talking about cultural comfort. I'm talking about feeling that I am participating because of cultural recognition of who I am and where I come from, and how we place a high value on recognizing what we call mana and authority of people around the table. So for me, Indigenous governance incorporates a level of making people feel valued and welcomed to the kaupapa, or the reason why we're meeting there today. And that governance is really important in that respect, in terms of setting up the framework for good, fruitful discussions. I absolutely agree that what also defines Indigenous governance is why we're there in the first place. And generally speaking, from my experience, most of it has been around land, the retention of land, the retention of culture, actually, but also the production of culture. Not just the fact that we have a culture, but the fact that our culture is changing all the time. Indigenous governance, to me, is looking at the world through Māori eyes, how we would see that world, and how we would look at solution challenges going forward.
Thanks, Kevin. That's a wonderful opening and giving some deeper insights into governance, or Indigenous governance, expression of Māori governance in Aotearoa. And if I may ask a follow-up question from that, because it certainly made me think, because you're talking about attachment to place and about the governance of land, but also the governance, the reproduction of culture. And interested to ask what principles are entwined with that culture that guide decision making from where you're from, and also with the groups that you've worked with.
I guess some of the principles that come to mind, particularly what I mentioned about feeling comfortable and being able to participate. So what we call whakapapa or genealogy, those kinship links to people, to place, to the relationship between younger generations or generations that have actually passed as well. So those are important. And then there's the whole aspect of how do we maintain those relationships between people and maintain our relationships with the environment. So what we call kaitiakitanga, guardianship as part of those values. So these are things that are, I guess, rooted in the way that we look at governments. And then, of course, we have our customary practices, which we call tikanga, and that tikanga, and again, another way of looking at tikanga is what is the Māori way to approach this, what we're doing. And normally what that could look like is, what lessons do we have from the past? How does that relate to the contemporary nature of what we're looking at now? What are all the things that we need to consider? So it's a whole range of things, but they are contextual and relate to that issue at one point in time. So it could be a different solution to the similar problem going forward. But how about yourself? What do you think defines, or from your culture, you might add to our conversation?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Certainly, the way that I've encountered the expression of governance in our communities in Australia, I think there's probably reduce it down to two common scenarios or two common kind of structural arrangements. The first one is place-based governance. These are usually groups that are bound together culturally or socially. There might be a group of traditional owners or various traditional owners from a certain region coming together to make decisions around land resource management, things like caring for country programs, and also negotiations with the state and other kind of third parties like mining interests or increasingly renewable energy corporations for development on their state. So that's one form of place-based governance, but another form of place-based governance are social groups people that have generally through the histories of colonisation and displaced communities have ended up residing in a particular place, in a particular town. And the story of how they've come to that place might be entwined with colonisation, and yet they share that township or region with other Aboriginal peoples and experience the same kind of systemic discrimination and historical marginalisation. And so you see groups forming around these kind of social groups, contemporary social groups. And they form things like Aboriginal Housing Cooperative, Aboriginal Legal Services, Aboriginal Health Services, youth programs, education programs, respecting the fundamental right that all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that come to reside in a place, have a right for housing, have a right to access healthcare, have a right their kids have a right to be educated in culturally sensitive ways. And so I guess they're two forms or expressions of place-based governance. Of course, the diversity for it is extraordinarily different, but I think to understand those two common place-based governance scenarios, the kind of most governing organisations don't branch out too far from those central trees. So if they're place-based, the other one common governing arrangement in Australia is, and this is increasingly so, like political representation. So in Australia, we have a whole sector, in fact, of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peak organisations and representative groups. Indeed, I'm here in the capacity as a director of one of them, of the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute. So these are groups not necessarily, you can think about them as being bound by place, being the continent of Australia, but not really bound by particular places or particular kind of cultural or even social groups at that local or regional level, but rather thinking about them as a coming together of communities of interest. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from vastly different places with vastly different experiences and exposures to colonisation, but that experience the same structural roots of discrimination, of racism, of sexism, of lack of access to opportunities or economic development. And you see these groups, you see these kind of common communities of interest coming together, forming their own organisation so that they might be able to represent the interests of the sector and of their particular stakeholders or shareholders, you might think of them as. And so you've kind of got this network of national representative organisations and sectoral kind of leaders forming around these common communities of interest, really for political representation. So I think here in Australia, you're thinking about these as different ways of forming and different reasons to form, different reasons of existing, whether it be negotiating with mining companies about the extraction of resources from country, whether it's about the delivery of health services, of culturally appropriate health services to social groups of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, or whether it be about the political representation of certain communities and sectors to various governments and government agencies and other external stakeholders. These are the common ways in which I've always encountered our governing organisations, and I think it's each one of them has a different value proposition and a value add, and the diversity of them is incredible, and they're so rich in governance practices and expertise and ways of working.
Just wanted to follow up on that. And listening to your explanation, I was also thinking about the how place-based actually plays an important role from an Aotearoa Māori perspective. There are when I think about place-based and the types of governance that one might look at in terms of place-based, from a Māori perspective, the way our social groupings, contemporary, so forth, are built up is, so we have family, first of all, and family could be the nuclear family, the extended family. Then we have communities of families that might have a common either interest or something like that, but they're all based around a particular location as well. And then we have communities so that after the family or whānau, as we call it, we might have hapu, which is a group of whānau, and then we might have iwi, which is a wider, almost a regional-based group of connections. And generally, there's a connection back to what we call a waka and how people got to the place where they are. Thinking about things in that way, the governance, we then associate authority with that place-based community. So in other words, we recognise their authority within that area. And I guess there might be some similar kind of things going on in your communities as well. Now, with that, authority is a responsibility also for people who reside in that locality, whether they are Māori or not. Now, what I wanted to talk about there was that within Māori governance circles, then we therefore have tribal groups, and I'll use that term, tribal groups who have authority, recognised authority by other Māori. And then we also have other Māori within those tribal areas who may come together to pursue community interests as well. So there's a governance happening on not so much two levels, but in recognition of our cultural understanding of how we recognise authority culturally within that.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. And I think that it kind of makes me think about the operation of governance here in Australia, particularly really being a practice stemming from the inherent right to exercise self-determination for groups. And I encounter this a fair bit when I work with organisations or communities and go and do governance training, that often I feel like there's frequently misunderstood or kind of unseen strengths of communities in the way that they come together, even before they come together and incorporate and form boards and manage budgets and all of those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I mean, really, those things exist as an expression of the inherent self-determination of groups. And I think that self-determination begins with a group recognizing itself or themselves, groups coming together saying we are bound by ancestry, we're bound by family, we're bound by culture and legal traditions of our people. Here in Australia, we'd say we're bound by the dreaming of the ancestral stories and how people and landscapes were made. And, that continues to unfold in contemporary times as well. Other scenarios is, groups that come together that have been pushed together because of colonial practices of displacement and that have come to be together, have that common history of displacement or have that common history of a shared lived experience in particular places, where they be townships or even suburbs in some of our cities. And the third form of these political groups coming together, recognising each other and their common interests. The first act of governance are these groups coming together, recognising that they belong together in some way or another, and then making a choice to come together and kind of make it formal, and then by a group exercising their own kind of collective identity, well, then the recognition of that first comes from the other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander groups around the outside, groups that might recognise, yes, that these are people, a particular language group, they've been there for a long time, they are the traditional owners of those places, and therefore it's kind of this recognition of the rights of that group. And then, it's like, once it's predicated on those two things, a community recognising themselves and recognised by their peers, well, then they've got the kind of like the right and the ability to negotiate with the state and other actors. And so I feel like people think about how governance is a tool to express determination. It's like governance itself is an act of self-determination and of self-identification. And I think that not enough groups give themselves credit for that, because so much of the work goes into creating a corporation when people think the work begins once you've created it. And it's like, no, the work is in the leader. And they're coming together, and groups that have that really strong shared constitution of why they came together in the first place, really, we see them, those kind of really strong foundations and understandings turning into highly effective constitutions, highly effective purposes of the organisations, and kind of directing their activities at later stages in a very targeted, specific and impactful way. I feel like there's already there's some things going on from Aotearoa in Australia that appear to be somewhat the same, but I'm sure the way that they come out and the exercising of it is also quite different. Interesting to think about it as both the same and different. So if we can think about modern organisations or corporations or local kind of tribal governments and the like being an expression of the self-determination of a group, I'm wondering, from your experience, Kevin, when you've seen groups do that really well, I mean, what have been perhaps some of their strategies, or how have they acted quite strategically to promote self-determination into the future? And as you said in the introduction, really focus on reproducing and transmitting their culture and their rights to future generations. Yeah, keen to know where you've seen it done well. What did it look like, and what was the impact?
I think one of the examples that comes to in my mind is a large Māori authority, tribal authority, controls a large amount of land that was taken back from the government. And what I think has worked really well in my mind is that they've been able to communicate strategy, why they are pursuing the strategy that would benefit the descendants or shareholders of that particular organisation. So they've communicated those strategies really well. They've encouraged people to attend, annual meetings and so forth, to explain how things have gone on. So in my mind, communication has been really key in governance from this group as something that has highlights a success in terms of governance, I believe. And again, what I mentioned at the beginning of this podcast about feeling like I belong, feeling like I have a voice, feeling like I am contributing to decisions, all part of the way that this particular governance has been carried out, I think, in terms of making it both democratic in that way and inclusive, but also its task at the end of the day is also to manage the economic assets of the land. So to do that in a way that is always looking forward and providing opportunities for existing beneficiaries and children to leverage off what they can provide, such as educational scholarships and so forth. It's a bit of a roundabout way of trying to explain things, but that's the thing that sort of comes to my mind, and on a large scale, in terms of Māori governance that works well.
Yeah, thanks.
Are there examples that you can think of?
Yeah, there's a couple of examples where I've seen it done exceptionally well here. And one of them is actually with my own group, because we've come together as a native title group. So we've got resolution of our native title, well, parts of it anyway, in southern Queensland. And we're one of those groups that are split by the border. So we go over Queensland and New South Wales. And so the Queensland one's well progressed, and the New South Wales one is catching up. But for our meetings, we're very, like our native title group, the Yuwalai people, or the Yuwalai Yuwalarai prescribed body corporate, whenever we have big meetings, bring people together, and a lot of our people live off country now. They live in the towns and the cities and along coastal areas, and it's usually quite a trek for them to get back onto country and to attend our meetings. And because of that, there's like strong attempts made by the corporation, but also just by people and families within the corporation to make sure that when families come back, when individuals come back to participate in sort of like the formal business, there's always opportunities for them to get out onto country. And so we see a lot of excursions planned. We see a lot of fishing adventures, camping adventures, a lot of visiting old sites, a lot of even sort of start to roll in some language programs around the times of some of our meetings, and always try and hold our meetings at times when it's convenient for people to get back to, around weekends and the like, because if people are going to be travelling a long way to be there and participate, what a wonderful opportunity for them to bring their families back, to spend some time on country, to sit with some knowledge holders, to participate in structured language programs, to get out and enjoy the resources of country, do some hunting, do some fishing, that kind of thing. And so those softer attributes that happen outside of the formal charade of like an AGM or a large members meeting is honestly it's why people want to come and participate, why people enjoy coming back as well. And thinking about it practically in terms of its impact, well, we have a wonderful meetings and times to get together that are really restorative and provide healing for communities and for families in particular. These are groups, our group is like any other group that exists in Australia, have been really smashed by colonisation and displaced, and a lot of communities have had cultural connections, perhaps not severed, but certainly significantly frayed. And it's our job, our responsibility as a group and leaders of the group to make sure that we're rethreading the cultural fabric of the community around those who are already participating, and in particular around like their kids and their partners as well. So really embedding a healing framework in how we come together and the times we choose to come together and how we choose to spend our time outside of the meeting is just so, so important. So that's one way that I'm really proud that our group operate. But another really wonderful example through, I guess, being a professional in this field is there's not really one group, but a collection of groups that I'm aware of, a collection of community health organisations that over time got sick of how incoherent and how unreliable government are, whether it be changing departments, changing priorities because of a changing government, shuffle in ministers, different public servants coming in and out with different priorities and value sets. They got really sick of the inconsistencies and incoherencies of government. So what they did, this group of community health organisations came together and said, we'll stand as one. And we'll negotiate not as individual community health organisations, but as a collective group of community health organisations. Kevin, they did that about 30 years ago, and they still persist, and they've become such a significant provider of health services to such a significant portion of the Aboriginal community in that state. And we've seen over time this incredible phenomenon where they've been the most reliable partner in that jurisdiction. And because of that, government have actually organised themselves around this group. So the situation of being so sick of government changing their minds all the time, the kind of the moving structures of government, that they came together and they've become so reliable and so important that government, they kind of exist now as almost like a branch of the government in that jurisdiction. And as I said, when governments are designing health programs for Aboriginal people, they're usually the first group that they go to and they set the agenda with them. You know, the longevity of organisations like that, a simple idea expressed so coherently and so sustainably has had a dramatic impact on the standing of the health of their members and the political opportunities that they now enjoy, because of simply the idea to come to being sick of the way government operates, making a decision to come together and to fix government for them from the outside. And they've done that to wonderful effect. So yeah, a couple of different strategies, a couple of different, ways that groups have organised themselves for wonderful impact.
I agree. And I was thinking, and what you've raised in terms of challenges, for people to become involved where they are not on land or away from the areas or the thing that connects them. And I guess that's what the advantages of the meetings do have for families to come together, to connect, to reconnect to the reasons why the trust, so to speak, exists, or the body exists. And that is really important from a Māori perspective, not only that reconnection of people, but also reconnection to place. And so, for example, with my own whānau or family trust of about 40 shareholders, so to speak, we have a particular way of running our meeting, and we also have a particular venue that we go to hold that meeting. And so through that venue, which is the marae, which is a customary meeting place for Māori, and for our family, this is where we come together and where the trustees and the trust holders come together. The way that we have our meeting is again an expression of our identity as this particular group of people. And so with this meeting, we will actually have a form of church beforehand, and which connects us to our past history. So, it's all very important for us to relive what connects us to the land and also together as people. And I just wanted to highlight that as an expression of continuing our identity, but it also then leads into how we self-determine how the land is going to be used going forward. So again, we draw on our history, and the land where we are was considered a food basket. And so it's an important part of our collective memory that we hold on to and think about how we're going to use that food basket going forward into the future, which is actually going to be good for the social well-being of our group, but not just our group, but the land, and also for the people that occupy around that land, which may not be our group of people at all, but we're considering the wider environment. So all of those things are really, really quite important and continue to be important going forward. So I just wanted to also mention that, we have spoken about governance, and I guess there's several types that I'm thinking of from a Māori perspective. There's traditional governance, and we can then talk about transactional governance, which sort of relates to the reasons why people are there, whether it's for land management, whether it's for health purposes, education purposes, but it's a transactional type of thing. And then there's transformative governance. So how we going to use all of those things to make it beneficial going forward in terms of really the end game, which for Māori is an ends to a means of continuing to be who we are, and to exercise that authority, and to exercise our own determination around that. So I just wanted to highlight those three sort of governance types that we are contending with as Māori all the time. And I'm sure you'll be doing similar things.
Totally. Kevin, thank you for explaining it in those terms. I'm interested to ask you about the tensions that exist between those different forms of governance, especially the sort of the customary and contemporary performance of governance. Just really interested to learn about the tensions that might commonly arise in those different kind of expectations and of governance, and how groups have navigated those sensitively.
Indeed, that's a really good question, and I'm not too sure I have any good examples of that, except to know that they are there, and that leadership seems to me to be quite pivotal around creating the spaces where those three things can exist in tension, because the tension is actually a good tension, in my view, but always with the uppermost goal, really, of achieving transformational things. And one of the measures of what does it mean to be right from a Māori way of looking at things in terms of governance is to feel as if it's part of the framework of governance, in other words, customs and procedures, as opposed to being a tick box exercise or something that doesn't feel genuine or authentic in terms of its. So I think authenticity is a measure that I look at in terms of seeing whether things have been done in the right way. So that, that applies even to transactional type of dealings. We're not just thinking about the commercial end game, but we're also thinking about what are the other environmental aspects to consider: social, land, health, education. They can all come into the picture as well. And I'm going to say, let me think a little bit further and see if I can come up with an example for you.
Thank you, Kevin, for ruminating on that. I'm sure there are plenty of examples, and I might reflect on, I guess, a couple from here in Australia and some of the tensions certainly that I've come across in communities when they are coming together, whether it's just like a community group wanting to make a decision, a cultural group wanting to sort of set priorities, or a modern corporation seeking to, set their vision, purpose, objectives, and those kinds of things. I feel that unfortunately in Australia, but I'd also hazard a guess that it's quite common elsewhere, that we're really let down by kind of thinking that comes not from our context and our histories and our cultural roots around the modern performance of governance. A lot of the training that's provided to modern corporations is not really governance training, I would argue, but rather simply compliance training, financial training, legal, providing legal advice.
Yep.
So I feel like our communities are really let down by, the training that's provided and the resources that are provided around how to do governance effectively or appropriately, because it usually represents a certain perspective of governance and what good or effective governance means. And those perspectives are usually not ours. And one of the ways I think that this has played out over time is that, certainly from the Australian perspective, I consider there to be a fundamental misunderstanding in the way communities understand their own governance, where they would see governance as something that happens in a boardroom and happens when you open a meeting and work through an agenda, when really governance, in terms of cultural governance and the customary governance that happens, all happens in the lead up to that. And there are these two continuing traditions of governance, being Indigenous traditions of governance, things like who is who in the community, how do families relate to one another, who carries rights and can speak over certain places or stories, who goes together, who belongs together, and who doesn't belong in place. What gives people the right to have a say? Things like knowledge, like, where has the acquisition of knowledge gone? How has it flowed? From who has it flowed? And what might it mean for people who carry that knowledge now? These are all such important questions and kind of act as various building blocks that hold up our governance houses and have done so for a very long time. And yet, in the modern performance of governance, these things are seen as kind of distractions from governance. They're, often positioned as culture, or you might hear it being spoken about as kind of politics, and that they're undesirable in a governance context, in the performance of the duties of directors and the like, when really these things are so, so important and can never be lost in the duties of directors or the performance of various functions that a board has to exercise. And so, the tension for me, and how I've seen it come out, the tension exists between these kind of ancient forms of governance that have held our communities so well for so long. In Australia, we are some of the world's oldest cultures, and we continue to exist as specific groups, language groups or nation groups. We need to give ourselves credit that we know a little bit of something about sustainability. We know a little bit of something about transmission. We know a little bit of something about coming together effectively, harmoniously, making good decisions in the long-term interests of people in place. And yet we're told that through training and through resources and through how organisations are kind of monitored and evaluated, we're assessed on a very rigid, prescriptive form of governance measures that don't represent, or that don't necessarily represent, our governance measures. And so we've got there's a tension between these kind of Western and Indigenous traditions of governance, and how to wield them both effectively, because we must wield them both effectively. Just as we need to hold on to our ancient traditions, we need bank accounts. We need the ability to hold and possess money. We need modern corporations capable of negotiating with the state and other parties. We need to do that, and we need to hold on to these ancient practices and ancient governance formations as well. And I've always explained it as good groups who can do who do it well, find the right balance, of putting in the effort, having a modern corporation that's legally compliant, that's financially sustainable, whilst also upholding and sanctifying the ancient traditions that have held our communities together since forever. And ultimately, that's the cultural reproduction of communities, and the protection of our lands and waters remains at the forefront. And I think the tension exists when these two necessary governing practices are out of balance, when you see communities put too much effort into modern Western corporations and not enough protecting the cultural legitimacy and the cultural foundations of communities, or likewise communities that have sort of, prioritised the cultural governance in communities, perhaps at the expense sometimes of having modern, functioning, sustainable corporations. And I love it because that's where the self-determination comes in, seeing the whole system for what it is and choosing to deploy their time in some areas for strategic purposes. So I think understanding the tension reveals solutions. And for that, I feel like it's a very exciting time in the governance of all of our communities.
I agree. I think that the determining your own solution, your own direction and your own solution, and taking ownership of that is freeing from the perspective of you are not actually looking to necessarily at government or corporations or so forth to provide you with an answer, but they can become part of the answer, but on your terms. And so I think that's really, from a Indigenous governance perspective, is being very, very clear and having clarity around that, that both the vision and then how you achieve that. Is the thing that controls the tension of how you get there. I think that's a really, really important distinction in my mind in terms of what makes good Indigenous governance. It is that clarity of vision, it is that clarity, and then your strategy unfolds underneath that, but always with the intention that, yes, government probably have a significant, if not important, role to play in that. Also your local authorities, likewise. Also, anyone who can become an ally towards that goal is with that. But the governance is actually around how you manage that tension, both within your stakeholders, which is your families, your people, the community, and then those people outside who can assist you in that direction. I think that's my way of trying to explain. I think also what you've just mentioned as well.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Really, really wonderful reflections and insights. I'd like to ask you now to look ahead, to project into generations, into the future, and how can you see governance evolving in modern Māori communities? And what excites you about the future of your communities, and where does governance fit into bringing that future to life?
It's a good segue, really. I think the youth of today, particularly Māori youth, are very, very confident and comfortable not only in their history, but also in the mechanisms of today and mechanisms going forward into the future, whether we start looking at AI, whether we start looking at how they'll communicate. They've got some challenges ahead to sort of work out how face-to-face becomes not so much face-to-face, because those were really important elements culturally of making decisions. But I think they're really well placed, and that's part of the progression in terms of Māori self-determination to and autonomy and having authority within that, and trying to work that out in this land that we live in, which is, in this colonised land. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity that youth have going forward to keep on progressing our pathway. I think what's going to be really vitally important is for youth to really also want to say, yes, we can do this and so forth. I guess it's always to ensure that we have hope going forward about what it is that why we aspire to be, still continue to be Māori, why we're not just not, otherwise what's the point? And so, I think that hope is really important. And so, again, how is governance important from that respect? I think for the youth, it's the opportunity to continue to apply the reasons why we continue to go forward, but to apply it in a way that makes sense to them, but also without leaving people behind, without leaving the older generation behind, ensuring that we're all continuing on one, as one mind, so to speak. So I think those are challenges ahead, but I think they're also going to be that our youth are more than capable and are capable actually of doing that right now. And so also, how do we actually transition and succeed going forward, our succession going forward, to ensure that we've got a balance of older knowledge and learnings, a balance of youthful, not ignorance, but eagerness and almost like audacity just to forge ahead, supported by the ages in between, So we're all sort of working as one. I think that's a great vision to look forward to in my mind.
Thanks, Kevin. For me, I think about the opportunities of the future in terms of the challenges of the past. And I think about it even through my own family and the modern history of my own family. My great grandparents were sort of the first generation really to grow up in colonial Australia. Before them, it was kind of contact or pre-contact times. And so the journey of our family in modern times really there is definitely a beginning with my great grandparents' generation. And then I think about my grandparents, my grandmothers in particular, the world that they grew up in was incredibly unsafe and, all out assaults on Indigenous lives and livelihoods, my grandparents' generations. And so they kind of organised themselves and moved around the country to find pockets of safety, and that they did in their own communities, and that really formed the basis of modern communities, And then I think about my parents growing up and my parents inheriting kind of like a collective sense of identity in modern communities and being politically free to advocate for their rights, to organise, to express their political opinions and to shake the colonial tree, as it would be. And they did to great effect. And from shaking that tree, it's kind of like specific rights have fallen out. And those rights then I feel like our generation's challenge is to organise those rights and to wield them to promote, to kind of organise our institutions, our modern organisations, our modern corporations, to use the rights and protect them, to sanctify them, but also use them insofar as we can and so far as it accords with our values to promote economic development and community development, address a lot of chronic issues in communities, whether it be the lack of educational opportunities or the deplorable state of our healthcare or the incarceration crisis, like all of these various socioeconomic indicators that continue to define our contemporary communities. So really using the rights, organising our administrative structures around those rights to be able to advocate in strategic areas that we want to improve the lives of our people. And then I think about my kids, and I have 2, 4 and 7, and what they're going to inherit. And I feel like they are going to inherit the administrative and legal structures to be able to, stand on that governance stability and really start to be really strategic in what they want to strive for, because they will have the tools and the know-how to get it. And that really excites me. I've got great faith in younger generations. As an academic and lecturer, I get to teach young generations, and I'm so inspired by their intellect, by their strength of character and their political consciousness. You mentioned the word hope. I'm very hopeful for the future of our peoples, and we see the world changing fundamentally before our eyes right now. And I think within the context of change for all, there are strategic opportunities for our peoples. And I really think our kids are smart enough to grab it. So that excites me.
I agree. And actually, I was just thinking about the way that governance has been developed in my family. And it might be well have happened with many other families as well. But it's really about taking the kids to the meeting. And or when you go to meetings, the kids come along to the meetings and get to see what's happening in all its beauty and with all its challenges as well, in terms of how governance has actually played out, that the level that they've joined in with. And I don't think necessarily it's a matter of their choice, but through observation, they've learned. And that's their first introduction to the governance, which I think is also a way that we have as Māori encouraged our involved, our children, our nephews, to hold on to those memories for when they get into those positions of choice around being involved in governance.
Yeah, amazing. And, Kevin, that's certainly the way that I grew up, wandering around meetings and being in community gatherings. You learn a lot. And I love being able to take my kids along to our meetings today. So it's a wonderful tradition that we continue to have. Kevin, from me, I just want to say thank you for all of your time and for sharing your insights. I've learned a lot listening to you, and I'm sure others will too. It's always wonderful to hear perspectives from our cousins across the ditch. And so, yeah, thank you for sharing so generously. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I mean, it's been an exercise for me. However, I really enjoyed it. And as you say, learning from cousins across the ditch, and I literally do have cousins who are from across the ditch who live in the area of Broken Hill. And so we are a blended cultural whānau as well.
Episode 2, Building from the Ground Up.
Good morning, Mihi. I'd love to start this conversation with understanding a little bit more about you and invite you to kick us off.
Kia ora, ngā mihi kia koe. Ko waio, ko mahu ki te rangi toku waka, ko maunga keke, toku maunga, ko mo watamata, toku moana, ko ora ke toku marae, ko tupere te tangata, ko Ngāti Whātua te iwi, ko mihi pue toko ingoa. E noho ana ki Tāmaki Makaurau Aotearoa ahau. Kia ora, Alex. My name is Mihi Blair. I come from my iwi in Tāmaki Makaurau called Ngāti Whātua. I just described my maunga of Maungawhau, Mount Eden, my moana of Watamata, and my marae at Ōrākei. And I'm currently living in my own city on my own whenua in Auckland. It's really great to be here. Just really pleased to be able to share my experiences as an iwi person. My current role and my real job is Deputy Chief Executive at Hatohone St John's. My role has been as Māori Health and Engagement. It's the first time it's been in St John's for over 141 years, so I'm absolutely honoured and privileged to be in this role. And I've got governance experience for within my iwi group of Ngāti Whātua ki Kaipara, which is out northern area of outside of Auckland. I've been on there for about a year and a half for my iwi as a whānau rep, and also have other governance experience in housing. So it's been a real pleasure and learning at this time I've been in these roles.
Thanks for that. So nara wanya yinyaman na Alex taring gabi gabi dian na biari and the yingan and the yin nya manda Ganiera nya Aotearoa Maori na Baranga Bonjoman de Guja na Bubai Murubalaman Yalianman number 1 Manda. So good morning, my name's Alex, and I've just explained in my traditional language of the Gubbi Gubbi people that I am of those lands and people. I was born in Warramungal country, though, in Central Australia, so quite a remote community, and have spent time across both Adelaide and Melbourne or Wairarong country. I'm currently living in the Adelaide Hills in Ghana Yerda, Ghana country, and in my day-to-day role, I work in a private philanthropic trust, one of Australia's largest, deploying capital, particularly around Aboriginal economic empowerment, and clearly governance being quite an important mechanism that we look at to how to support, drive, and enable a First Nations perspective on that. My role from a governance point of view is the Deputy Chair of the Australian Indigenous Governance Institute, or AIGI. Been in that role for about 3 years now, and certainly you can't escape the idea of Indigenous governance in any role that I've been in, and understanding of the gold standard of governance often being referred to as Westphalian governance. We know the richness and complexity of First Nations or tribal governance that actually creates much more rigor and accountability and has far more compliance requirements than maybe what is perceived from a non-First Nations perspective. So really happy to have a conversation and be in conversation with people from different nations and nation groups to share some of our challenges, but also some of the strengths that we have in being able to bring our communities together under what sometimes is called theoretically a nation building strategy or a nation building ideology, but ultimately it is just the way that we've always conducted our business as peoples. And so it is a really great way to kick off this conversation, to hear the strength-based way you're introducing yourself and saying that you have a privilege and honour of being the first in 140 years. We know that's also quite a big load to carry, and in an institution that maybe hasn't necessarily oriented itself to how it can contour to Maori knowledge systems can be confronting at times and also challenging. And you say your real job, probably the way we have to frame it, but ultimately we know that your job is actually being responsive to iwi and your ancestors. So funny how we sometimes have to caveat what we feel like is our responsibility and our ongoing role.
Yeah, that's a really great way of putting it, because having that responsibility across only builds confidence, direction to where we need to go to, not only in iwi but for our own selves in our own careers, but also for generational changes. And I think if we're wearing different hats, well, people see we're trying to wear different hats. We're actually wearing the same hat all the time, and that's based on our intergenerational whakaaro, kōrero, thoughts and thinking that has just kind of transferred down through our whakapapa, through our families, to get to us to actually drive those sorts of changes that need to be in both worlds. And I keep, there are times that in the roles that we play, we always have to look back to keep moving forward. And I think that's really important to not forget in the types of roles, and acknowledging, thank you for acknowledging the Hatohone St. John's role, because that is a system change that's required to, at the end of the day, save people's lives, save our people's lives quicker, faster, with timely access and care. And so it's an honour and a privilege to work for our institution, such as Hatohone, who are prepared to make those changes for my people. And I'm only here to ensure that that happens, so then the next generation can come in and lead in a different way, with pure equity focus. I wanted to talk about the concept of nation building. It's actually the first time I've heard of it, and it really intrigued me about that whole concept. And I just thought it was just natural nation building.
Yeah, it is interesting how we have to sometimes be able to put academic rigor or conceptual thinking around an idea for it to be considered knowledge that is acceptable. And there is a long history of the emergence of the nation building theory out of a Harvard project, and then the creation of the Native Nations Institute out of the University of Arizona, I believe. And ultimately, when First Nations peoples start to understand the conceptual frameworks behind it, a lot of it is common sense and the way that we would think about self-governance and the shift of power and the decision making of a collective rather than an individual, and how those structures are created from a cultural grounding and identity perspective that is about collective within certain sovereignty bounds. And those things are all really part of our DNA, and we always orient ourselves in that particular way. And I think why it's become important now is it does offer a potential framework for communities to be able to think about how they activate some of the, I guess, dormant activities that have happened due to past policy failures. And particularly, I know quite well of Australia's context with the assimilation policy, which impacted my family directly, with my grandmother being taken when she was a 3-year-old and removed from our country and put into what was called a mission, but essentially it wasn't a mission. It was in some ways a place to be able to eradicate First Nations people's connection to identity and have an individual perspective rather than a collective. So yeah, it's sometimes for communities who are challenged by the speak of the tertiary sector, it can be a foreign concept, but actually if you draw it down to its essential purpose, I think most people do understand the two-way aspect of that, of both Western compliance, but also being accountable and responsibility to community.
Yeah, definitely. And I just see that's comes from my kōrero comes from my whakapapa, my tūpuna. And so the natural process of all the activities, the history that they've had to impact, but the foresight that they still knew that we don't when we're talking about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, when they signed the treaty, it was an intent for a better future for our people. The intent in itself, as you say, there's a loss of language, the assimilation that happened to people, to our whānau, actually makes a significant impact to today's state. And I think that's what keeps driving us to do what we need to do, and honouring our tūpuna, our ancestors' intent, right from the word go on what the Te Tiriti o Waitangi meant for them. And I think that's what nation building can be characterised in. And for tangata whenua, for our iwi, is that we went through that renaissance period after treaty settlements. What do we look like? And then we had got to paint our own picture. And these are the things that our people always talk about. Where we go back to try and paint the picture that our tūpuna has done, and that creates the look at what we can invest in, our roles that we play, our intent and our future, not just for ourselves, obviously. It's mainly for our mokos, our moko, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and on and on. So having these constructs and academic work, philosophies and things, it's great because it really reinforces what our ancestors had said right from the word go, and it really enforces that we're doing what's right. And so it's really, really pleasing.
I'm interested to invite you to speak a little bit about more traditional practices of understanding how country or Mother Earth actually indicates when is the right time for sitting together to think before decisions are made, how the moon plays a particular role. I've had the privilege of working with many Maori in different international spaces and feel like that insight into understanding that the mechanism of country or Mother Earth actually is a really good governance tool that is often dismissed or not really considered as part of our decision making, and would love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, that is interesting. Kōrero, because as it was said, that was the intent of doing the Te Tiriti o Waitangi in this instance, that we take, whenua is the most important, our moana is the most important, our whai kōrero, our thoughts, our medicines and all that, we are the kaitiaki of it. So that still plays in today's realm, governance role that I play out in Ngāti Whātua ki Kaipara. That's a landscape of whenua that has been come back in, and forest that has come back into our harms again. And so we have to really look at the economic development and potential of that forest, but making those decisions where how will it impact the waters and the rivers for our future generations, the land in itself, what can we do to ensure that we still provide the kaitiaki, the guardianship over that. And so protecting certain areas, like we call it waigi tapu, sacred areas, but also looking at what are the opportunities that we can draw from. They actually will create this economic development for our iwi for future generations, but also can actually continue to protect that. So it was leading by example to make sure that we get that right now for our future, but also to share with other communities. Woodhill Forest in itself is one of the biggest forests that people live, work, and play in there. So we have a lot of responsibility of what that can look like, and we also take very seriously about our responsibility as kaitiaki, as guardians, to ensure that we are there when the right moment is required. So the water quality, advocating for those types of areas to ensure that our rivers are healthy, we are still able to fish into our rivers. And then even into housing, how does that impact in our own housing plans to ensure that we are actually having an environmental or kaitiaki view of how we deliver for not only our people, but for the communities that live our land. So it's a fine line, but we've been observing how other iwi are doing it, and I'd be quite interested to see overseas what other opportunities, like our Canadian community, Indigenous communities, and how that plays out as well. But yeah, it's just not just about looking at that, it's ensuring that we've got good governance and a kaitiaki over that.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities in the richness, the complexity, I guess the ecology that we look at, that traditionally we've had an obligation to, as part of our being on this world, to care for country, to make decisions that are not about individuals or groups of individuals, but about country as the starting point. And we've been wrestling with the terminology here at times about whether we use traditional ownership because it makes sense in a Western sense to have legal leverage, or whether we think about custodianship and making sure that we're playing our role within the time that we're here to ensure that it's in a better situation than we inherited it. And all of that activity has happened often because of our willingness to continue to feed into that rather than actually seeing the commercial or the economic opportunities that emerge from that. But that is probably the shift that we're seeing now, the idea of country culture, community actually having a commercial lens to that, and understanding that our really keen insight and understanding about how waters and lands work gives us a commercial and competitive advantage in very discrete fields. And the ones that we're looking at, particularly at the moment in the trust that I work at, is kind of renewable energy or the clean energy transition, and trying to get into what is essentially an industrial revolution type event. And that if our leverage over land is overlooked, then we could potentially miss that really significant economic opportunity that is not just about the now, but actually will help future generations of communities be able to leverage that ongoing revenue stream to feed back into nation building activities, continue to strengthen the decision making and ability to access not only economic opportunity, but access country in a meaningful way to be able to continue to revitalize and regenerate what unfortunately has been destroyed from a lot of Western practices of extraction. So we are just as interested as you, and unfortunately in my role, I do get to spend time kind of in the macro level, kind of looking across where there is really great pockets of examples of this happening, and try to create the relationship and knowledge exchange to happen more freely than kind of seeing the competitive position that we often are put in to be able to say that we need to go at this alone. Yeah, so that is all in front of us at the moment. And unfortunately, in this instance, we have to juggle both the time it takes to do the nation building work well, or being able to get people kind of collectively aiming towards the same vision, but also managing proponents or big energy companies or mining companies trying to put deals in front of us. Maybe slightly different because there isn't as much mining activity happening across Aotearoa, but it is Australia's economy is built on extractives. And so we need to understand how that mentality or that idea shouldn't just necessarily be replicated within the clean energy transition. So much to think about, and importantly, just a great opportunity for our communities to get in at the ground floor where traditionally we've been ignored.
Definitely agree with it. Just wanted to touch on the renewable energy component and the demand of our entities and what we own and all that sort of stuff, and the opportunities rather than challenges, because I think if we reshape it to that what our ancestors want to what we think should happen in the future, you can see the storytelling. And so we need to tell that story to the companies that this is a long, authentic journey that we must take, because this has to be an authentic partnership in everything we do, and that what their impact is now and into the future impacts directly to our people and our whakapapa, our family trees and all that sort of stuff. Telling that narrative and continuing that narrative within those entities is extremely important, because that's the role that we have to play for our people.
And you did raise a good point about governance being the driver, and governance is quite an interesting concept because it can sometimes be maybe incorrectly defined as a board rather than actually corporate governance. Governance as a way to be able to bring insight, foresight, oversight into an organisation and their impact on the communities that we serve. Even within corporate spaces, governance also then takes a very different shift when their stakeholders are often shareholders, and so decisions are made to be able to get the best return to shareholders. So there's a very complex and different view on governance being a tool for economic development, but one that I think we often get ignored on the strength that we have from a traditional owner, First Nations, Native Nations, tribal governance, that there is a lot more accountability on that end than maybe what is within the regulatory environment in the nations that we operate within. I'm very interested to hear from your perspective where maybe you've seen some really good policy interventions or some work of your own community to be able to establish good governance across multiple different views.
Yeah. It is quite interesting because I'm very lucky to have a whānau family of brothers, and that have been strong in iwi governance and leadership. And so taking it from their point of view and transferring it into my own learning, because my own learning has really come from a mainstream structural governance style, but I really still feel that that's really important. But the tikanga that we bring in from a Te Ao Māori lens is actually of higher value than just the systems and the processes, because I think tikanga actually can enhance the systems and processes that we have to be rigid to achieve the same outcomes. Tikanga is a values and principle based that actually helps guide us to get to where we need to go to in the decisions that we make. It's not just based on the structures of the system or the organisation. It's actually measured by our intent on what we're going to do with our whenua, our land, value of our moana, the value of our people. And so we are holding that and centralising the tikanga of how we are going to be. Then the systems of governance actually have to respect that to flow through back down to make an impact for our people. So tikanga within a governance system should never be undervalued. It's a centralised approach to ensure that the ripple effects actually hit and feel for our people. And I think that's where the strength of Indigenous people can come into, if they place tikanga or value-based systems that have been brought to through generations, and then the vision and the moemoea, the dreams of our people, and pull that, and then the rules of governance actually plays out through tikanga. So it's really, really important. I've observed that. They also say that we really need good systems in that to ensure that we are the best kaitiaki, the best guardians of our tikanga and of our systems, to ensure that everything goes in place and well, and also that takes us back to being accountable, because as I said before, we're not here for our own generation now. We're 2-3 generations, and honestly, that's all my mother kept on saying to me. It's not about you. It's not about my moko, it's about my moko and on and on. And that's where the tikanga really sits. It's the future of our generations. So, and that in itself can start building economic development, our decisions made. our decisions based on our tikanga, ensure economic development can derive for the value of our whenua, of our people. And so we need to ensure that that does happen. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think that governance isn't a fixed measure. It's an ongoing practice or process. And giving life to it from a First Nations perspective actually adds strength from a Western compliance or Westphalian governance perspective as well. It just maybe has often been overlooked, the amount of rigor, complexity, internal negotiations that happen. And yes, there's bad actors across every single governance entity or structure that could exist, but often we are remembered for those small incidences rather than actually the kind of strength that we bring just by the way we are in the world. And think about the future. I'm kind of in a unique position at times to be within a policy environment in government, or in this instance, recommending where quite significant capital can be deployed to activate economic aspiration. Ultimately, that still sits within a decision-making mechanism that is Western. And that's where I guess that wedge between that as a interpreter becomes really important, of how you translate communities' positionality into digestible or socializable information to decision makers. So it's an interesting, sometimes challenging environment. But as you said at the very beginning of this, it's kind of, we've been put in these roles for a particular reason. No doubt our ancestors laid this path for us and gave us this responsibility to kind of do that. And I sometimes can find myself having a small pity party about the position I'm in, and recognise that my grandmother would have loved to have actually been in my position, and probably would tell me to stop complaining at times as well. So the idea to make sure that you're still working towards that ancestral goal, is really a great way to be able to think about it.
Yeah, because I guess what the my question would be, your experience of community-led initiatives, your whakapapa, your generational thinking from your grandparents, your grandmother, and that. How has effective governance changed your way of investing and for your people, and how do you see it feel and hit your communities?
I would say it's probably the biggest unlock of self-determination. Self-determination has always been something in a principle-based approach within the Australian context, often under-resourced and potentially overlooked by those who have influence over our communities. In particular, government has always had a very strong influence since colonisation over how we are in the world and what opportunities we get and don't get. And so the idea to be able to transition into the economy or have an economic lens is in some ways new and emerging, whilst it has been happening for, let's say, 40 years. In the concept of time, that is really just a blip. And so our communities did a great job to be able to respond to the opportunity of native title. It's not for me to be able to say whether the native title system is working or not. There's challenges that are experienced by that, but our communities recognise the opportunity to secure land. But that shift now to how you activate the economic opportunity of land is just going to take time, and often that is a mentality shift, or you would actually see an attitudinal and behavioural shift occur. But the expectation of funders, government, philanthropy, corporates, is that we need to meet them where they're at. And the reality of that sometimes is just not feasible. And so we are constantly having to build our ship while sailing. And it's not necessarily a opportunity or something we shy away from. Our communities are constantly, with very little resources, trying to meet the expectations of others to be able to unlock resources. And sometimes it's even a challenge to unlock our own resources, and a very similar structure where quite significant asset bases are sitting in trusts or investment that we are unable to unlock. And one of the reasons we're unable to unlock that is a demonstration of good governance. And so they unfortunately will sit in under deeds and sit within trust structures where only a small portion of that money can be accessed to be able to invest in our own activities, rather than kind of just investing into the market as it exists. So lots of challenges, but I think there has been quite a significant shift, and I think that shift has taken the right amount of time. You can't just expect communities to automatically reorient themselves when You have to recognise the needs approach that communities are operating under, with a lot of social determinants being really in not a great position, unacceptably, I think, from a government point of view. It shouldn't have often never been allowed to get to that. So our communities have this constant juggle of where do you invest and how do you think about the future, and who gets overlooked in those decisions are often a really complex and challenging decision made.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that complexities to be translated back down to the whānau, the family, the community. It can actually be the struggle as well. It can be the hard one, is that the intent is always there. The pressure from our own people, the pressure from government and everyone else is actually, that's real for us, because at the end of the day, need to go back to our own families and, speak on their behalf and translate what that complexity actually looks like. And when you're being put in a system where it's not fit for our people and our vision, and that, it's very hard to see the impact, the generational intent right now, but with the hope that we can do that through really good, strong governance, strong strategy, strong communication with our whānau, good sustainable planning, generational leadership to come into play is actually super important in terms of my life anyway. It's like when we're talking about our children, and my why is I want the role modeling I'm doing for my children is for them to look at what they can see, for them to lead on my behalf and my whānau behalf. Is, just be like you with your whānau.
I definitely could not have said that any better. I think that's a great summary of the conversation, and also kind of the idea of governance as a driver, and that economic development isn't the starting point. It's actually a byproduct of doing these things well. Accountability, transparency, understanding cultural legitimacy, having really clear and endorsed strategy in place are all fundamentals. And you can't get to that position of thinking about how you participate in the current economy without those things. I guess the question then begs, if you were to think about conceptually what that looks like and as a driver from our mentality, like, have you seen good examples of that in Aotearoa or elsewhere?
In terms of strong governance and it reflecting down to the
Yeah.
impact of our communities, I have. But I've seen it from the start all the way through to where from how hard it was to actually how it can be thriving. And, I'm very observant to my own iwi at Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, which my brothers are on the board there. The struggles, a 20-year plan the 3-year plan that they had, then the 20-year plan. Now they've got a 100-year plan because of the strength of their systems and the belief of who they are, of the partners that they have brought into our world. We don't step into their world, they stepped into our world. The relationships that have continued with the councils, with government, with education, and that has taken a journey, but that took a lot of journey through good management, good governance, good foresight for getting the right leaders in the right time and the right space. A lot of training that put in place. Our economic growth has been based on cultural identity, being self-determined, not being the dependent. We've seen changes in our housing from a deprivation view, or lack of resources, to actually providing the skills and education sets, so then our whānau can grow and be in the south and grow into tino rangatiratanga and self-determination to actually choose which healthy home they choose to live in, or buy, or things like that. So it's not about having switched from a dependency model to an empowering model. So that's where self-determination is really, really important, and just knowing that being our cultural identity, as I said, based on our tikanga, is extremely the most central thing we can do for our people. Because once our whānau know, like and once you have that tribal connection, the whakapapa, the whenua on the land that you walk on is yours, your identity and your confidence starts to build. And then so you want to contribute back as a good iwi member in any way that you do. And so that's not about being part of the governance system or being at the marae. It's actually just, doing the fundamentals of being a good iwi person, learning about our karakia, learning about our prayers and, things that actually our generation needs right now. We need to get right now for our future generation. So, the governance system itself isn't just about economic development, because as I said, that will grow. It's about centralizing the most important thing that could actually help grow the economic development, and that's our own people. And so that's building our cultural knowledge and our cultural strength in itself. So, yeah, that's something I've really taken on board, like all the time. I look at my girls, and they're doing kapahaka, like kōrero, they're up at the marae. They are singing, they are being their best self as Ngāti Whātua, and that's all I see at the moment, and that's where I can measure impact. Yeah, and would that be reflective?
Yeah, I'm smiling a lot at what you're talking about, because sometimes you can enforce a segue, but I think if I was to cite a specific example about it not necessarily always being about the traditional owner group or the specific community that's thinking about governance, but how you bring those principles into other forms or other entities that require good cultural governance. And the example I often cite is Aboriginal housing Victoria, and obviously it's an issue that matters deeply to both of us. I didn't explain this at the beginning, but I actually have a health background as well. So understanding how housing is a foundation for better life outcomes, particularly health, has always been an interest area of mine. And that organisation prior to 2014 was essentially a landlord of government-owned housing assets. They were providing culturally appropriate housing for First Nations people in Victoria, but there was limitations on what they could do because they were essentially just a landlord. And I always want to reference those who are trailblazers or who are amazing at a particular moment in time. And Jenny Sams is a woman who came from, I think, 30 plus years of government experience pushing against that system or trying to reform internally, but used her experience coming into the CEO role at Aboriginal Housing Victoria to recognise an opportunity to be able to request the government actually release the title of those housing assets to the organisation, which was always going to be a significant undertaking, and particularly a focus on governance, which required resources, a lot of time spent, but also financial resources, which they had to make a very intentional decision to do that. And over a 12-month, 18-month period, they secured the right registration as a community housing provider, which gave the government confidence that they could release under a tranched agreement those housing assets. And 3 years after that, 1,500 properties were handed over to that organisation with an asset base of about 500 million. And then the confidence gained in a relationship between those meant that they actually devolved policy-making responsibilities to that organisation as well. And they developed the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Framework, or Mananan Morting Takut, which means every Aboriginal person deserves a home. COVID occurred during that period of time as well, and fortunately that framework being developed recognised the inequitable experience of homelessness of First Nations people in Victoria, which was 10 times the rate of any other community. And so they put in their framework that 10% of all investment into social and affordable housing should go towards First Nations people. And then the government released the housing build budget, which was $5.2 billion, which then they adopted that strategy, and automatically $500 million went into Aboriginal housing in Victoria. So they then went from having essentially no assets to 1,500 properties, and then support of $5 million worth of granting into creating more secure infrastructure for communities. So it just shows that that wasn't an economic play. That was about providing better housing for First Nations people, but now they have economic influence and can ensure that people have that really strong housing foundation they need to be able to thrive in today's society.
Yeah, because that's a really good example, because, housing is essential for health, is essential for us to thrive in language in a safe way. so we can thrive in who we are, show our culture within our own homes. So that gives that entity in itself can give that self-determination and impact per each house that whānau families are living in. That's the positive impact of what those types of decisions being made right now. One example I've just experienced last year, my iwi hat with Ngāti Whātua ki Kaipara, is that I co-chair a group, legislative group with Auckland Council called Te Poare ki Kaipātaki ki Kaipara. So Kaipātaki is a place, as a reserve. It's a thermal energy. It's the only thermal energy waters in Auckland, and so I chair that group. And part of the Kaipātaki Reserve funding joint funding got granted through Auckland Council to create a 10-year plan of bringing back the ngahere, the vegetation, reducing pests, create a safe space for families, not just our own, to play in, bring back the communities. And so when we're looking at place-based things like housing or health or just places, the ripple effects actually are significant for our own people. And then from that, we have a thermal hole there that's been leased out for 30 years. It's 60 years old, and it's been leased out for 30 years to a non-iwi provider. And when I came on board, the first thing I said, we will never lease any more assets out to non-tribal providers. It will be held within our co-governance. We will ensure that the waters are rejuvenated and revitalised, because the waters go back into our river, who is the central point of our tribe and of all our marae around the river area. And so we consciously looked at what was our role in a co-governance model and our responsibilities to be a good partner for our community and all those decisions that had to be made. And, that was a decision that was 6 months before the new lease was supposed to come up. And so we took that on board and made that decision. We changed the name back to Kaipātaki, which was the traditional name. And we changed everything, the look and feel. But the main thing that made me happy about the whole thing was that my uncle came up to me and gave me the biggest hug. And he said, the day I walked in there knowing that Kaipātaki was ours, really fulfilled everything I have ever dreamt of. And, these simple things make impact, because he'll go home proud that that he owns these, a good contributor to his community. And I think that's the ripple effects of these governance systems and economic development changes that need to be made, but also we need to reflect on how does that impact, how do we control the negative environments that we have to be constantly navigating through to control and to maintain focus on the next future generations at the same time. It's hard, but I think we do it really well.
Oh, that is a very good summary. It's hard, but we do it well. I think that positive regard and that we're doing the best we can is sometimes even overlooked by our own communities, but certainly overlooked by others in this space who have influence over our decisions at times. But I think your point really does show that economic development is a means for a better life outcome. It's not actually the end game, that to make more money for no reason, just to have access to capital, is not the driver. It's actually to be able to reinvest back into our people to make sure that their wellness is as best as it can be, which is really, in terms of a socioeconomic return, almost impossible to put a dollar figure on. There are people who are saying that every dollar invested into that type of model has a $5 plus return. So that should be exciting to investors, to government, particularly in public policy. But unfortunately, it's not necessarily always given the life and the immediacy or the short-term thinking that often influences our decision-making. Can be a real tension point where we see opportunity, but is that really the opportunity we should be going for? How are we to know that? Do we get authorization from community? Community are our ultimate test, and that hug that you get from your uncle actually is the measure of success. It's not actually whether you unlocked a significant grant, it's that you've done right by community. So tricky to be able to articulate that to people who have a very singular view on what success looks like. And that's why I really love having these conversations, because we can just get to the nub of the opportunity, but also that it's just not always as straightforward as what people might think it is.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, like said, exactly like that whole restrictions about the single-mindedness. I'm really proud of my iwi of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei who actually invite people to join there, not the other way around. So it actually determines how our roles and our tikanga is placed within that invitation itself. If you're not in that invitation, then you're not in that invitation, because you have to be part of that journey with us. Very lucky, well, not lucky, we're well thought out with a 100-year strategy. And so we can start choosing who our partners are and invite them in.
Yeah, that is I think the next era for us, to be much more selective on why we partner, who we take money from, who we decide not to, who gets the right to even be in relationship with us. It's always just been assumed that because of the way the colonial project has worked, that in some ways we're seen as something that can be a possession or can be influenced just because we don't fit the criteria or the mold of kind of whiteness. But ultimately, I think there is that shift in power that will happen. It's being resisted in basically every space that I see, but ultimately our communities will continue to draw back on ancestral strength. Obviously, we're resilient by the nature of how we've had to operate, but I think what's often overlooked is that we have always been masters of our environment, and whatever context that is in, we'll eventually become masters of that. And if it's Western compliance or it's Western economics, our people are really starting to demonstrate the sophistication and the models that we can deploy to actually have great success in that space as well, but never forgetting kind of the main driver and the orientation towards our cultural lineage. I guess if there's one thing that I'd like to hear, and it would be great to share for any listeners, viewers of this, is just, I guess, advice that you would provide of communities who are a little bit later to this, haven't had the opportunity of what their starting point might be, or ways that they might be able to think about really getting started in their nation building journey.
Yeah, it's a really good question, because there's so much I've seen, but there's also so much I haven't seen. So there's a lot of things that happen behind closed doors that you're not privy to. So, trying to think about where to start, it'll be talking to the people who are behind those closed doors before you start building your nation, because they can enable you to show that type of leadership that's required, or the type of thinking that's required to get into that thinking. It's seriously not about setting up a trust or a structure or anything like that. It's about being beside the right people, listening at the right time to actually have that thought process of what that looks like. And I've been absolutely lucky to have many, many leaders where I have been behind closed doors, or I've missed out, and I'm like knocking on the uncle's doors saying, hey, can you help me here? I've got some serious thinking about this. How can I unpack it? So you're surrounding yourself with the right people to start that thought process, because they probably have that same thought process at one time or another. And so that is the most important thing, I feel, to protect yourself, to ensure that you have a pool of resources for your own individual, so then you can actually start playing that out. Also, whānau and communities are very different, are very important, but very different, because our whānau live in communities. So we have to remember what our whānau do and what we provide for our whānau is our strategy for our tribe. But that strategy for our tribe, our moe, our aspirations, that actually had a ripple effect for our community that our whānau live in. So we have to look at both sides of how we can contribute, not only to our whānau and to the environment and that. We actually have to look at how does that impact the growth of a community that our whānau live in. And so, example, in Kaipātiki, I know the investment that we're putting into my whānau, our whānau in that area, and the changes that we make in our community actually creates economic development and opportunities for the community. And so I can see that the pools that we have right now, with putting money into redeveloping and things like that, that's going to have more people into the pools. It's going to go to they're going to go to the dairy down the road. So that's going to create growth. It's going to create more people wanting work there. So the economic development that we're doing for our own iwi and structures that we're trying to build in our vision, we have to consider our communities that our whānau are living in. And so that's it, that they're playing in and they're working in and that. So we have to capture those voices as well. And that's the added advantage. Everything else, partnerships. We talk about authentic partners. And I think we need to really unpack the authentic partners down and actually look at what type of partnerships we want, good and bad, because, the bad ones, they don't, sometimes they just don't know any better. And they're not bad. They're just, they're important for our communities. But how do we take them onto the journey? They come into our world. How do we take them onto that journey? And that would actually start shaping their intent in the communities that we are living in, playing in that. So we can start doing that. We got to do it very, very mindfully and authentically, and bringing back is the next steps of being accountable to each other. A lot of funders, having a relationship with funders, government, and that, it's all very, in mind, short-term piecemeal funding. We've got to move that away and just go, what do we want in our authentic partnership that can actually manage for this part of your journey? It's not our journey, because our journey is this big. What can we do to manage this part of your journey? How can we achieve that authentically? And I think that as long as that contributes to the longer term, I think those authentic partnerships are true right there. I worked in government for years, changing policy on family prevention, family violence, and everything, like, and elder abuse, and it's fundamental how important it is to note that what the government's only there for a short period of time. The government of the day are there for a short period of time. So reflecting on those types of partnerships for the long term, looking at a short period of time, is actually really essential. And not many people look at it like that. They just think it's a roll over, but I just really encourage you to do that. Systems and structures, I do have to say, I am a system person because it protects our people. It protects the good things that we're trying to do. It protects the trust assets that we must make those decisions. It protects the entities and the buildings and everything like that on behalf of my members that are under the trust. And so I always feel like I will look at it like a family trust, the family, and there is the holder on behalf of my family. Not behalf of the uri, is that I'm there for my auntie, I'm there for my uncle, I'm there for my sister, and to me, and so on. So having a look at the systems, we're a kaitiaki of those systems, and a kaitiaki, and we utilise those systems for the benefit of for our people. I do go on and on about systems and policies and that, because I've had some very bad experiences, but I just really have to hone in. We're protectors. We are there for a certain period of time, and we have to bring in the emerging leaders to, once we leave, we can leave it in good hands, and then to me, and goes on and on. So yeah, it is quite an interesting one to try and work
That
out.
role is sometimes without thanks and can feel at times that you are a burden on people, but I think in most instances people do extremely value that and would be open to being able to describe that management of systems as a protective factor to manage risk is crucial, and crucial for the survival of entities and organisations, but crucial for the deployment of resources and the opportunities that are ahead of us. And I think you've summarised exactly what I would probably have contributed to that you don't have to go it alone. There are people who can share and are willing to share their experiences, and it is only that where considering competition at times, that we have to be in isolation in this work and never overlook community. There's only one thing that will remain consistent, and it is community. Governments will come and go, and so will different individuals and different organisations, but community will always be the litmus test of success and authorisation. So it is, the things that you can control are really important starting points. What are the principles that you want to underpin at the beginning of it? You cited numerous principles that you could easily have as a very, very useful starting point. And also don't be too ashamed or show too much ego in that there are blind spots from individuals, from knowledge holders, that are things like financial acumen and technical skills. They can all be learnt. And so be comfortable to say we actually have weakness in this area and it would be useful to bring in some expertise. Yeah, so all pretty basic starting points, but I think sometimes can be overlooked. I think we have strong alignment, and similarly, I think we could speak about this for hours.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess that's the thing, like you touched on bringing the people in that where you don't have that capability and or knowledge within your own community. And have you had any lessons from from your investment or development models that you've observed or been part of that other Indigenous or nations can learn from? That's really important.
Yeah, and sometimes the barrier to this is access to the financial means to be able to execute some of that. There are many organisations who have pro bono support from a legal point of view that are kind of sitting there waiting for people to approach them, but it can be difficult to surface who are the good actors in this space. But ultimately, it's a live consideration that we have at the moment about deals being made without the same knowledge being at the negotiation table. And often the intervention for us when we consider it is how do you bring the right technical expertise that can create more advantageous commercial deals for the long term. That's particularly an intervention that we're curious about, but it can be difficult to know when the right time is to bring someone in, or again, financially, do you have the means to do that? And kind of slowing down a negotiation can feel uncomfortable, but sometimes that might be the way to be able to take a step back and understand whether you're maybe rushing and it's not the community's priority, or you don't actually have the specific, really complex technical knowledge to be able to make an informed decision. And at the end of the day, governance is about triaging information to make the best decision for the entity or the community. And I think just understanding that sometimes we forget how important that role is. It's always it's a word of consideration that I would say where I've seen it work really well.
That was interesting how you caught me on that triage of information to make the right decision. That in itself, because you get so much information, and it can come from an authentic place, or it can come from their intent on different perspectives, and to actually triage that information, you can't do that alone, because you're making future generation decisions. You're making what we call mokopuna decisions. And so having the skills, not only on any governance level, but as you said, bringing the experts in, understanding that the lack of finances is there. And that's true for most communities. It's true, but how do you tap into those that can actually offer help? And there's those underlying ones that could be just behind the scenes, just helping you maneuver certain places with either within your own community or within your own networks. It's not only triaging, it's like corralling everyone together and then triage in a place that you go, okay, that's a good decision. And you took it back before where, it's hard. It's hard to make this decision. And when you come to a place where it may, people don't like it. But how on the community end, how will you communicate that to your communities? And how do you support your own well-being, your own whānau, when you're having to make tough decisions that maybe other people in communities aren't appreciative or don't like?
Yeah, I mean, that's a topic in and of itself of how you support leaders to not feel isolated, to know that they are just trying to do their best with what they have in front of them. You see a lot of that burnout, and particularly people who should be coming into the later stage of their life, being able to celebrate, acknowledge, kind of put their feet up, but often are broken individuals who, aren't necessarily given the credit until sometimes even their passing about the work that they actually were able to do within their time. So always lifting the gaze to give people that tap on the shoulder or that hug can sometimes mean a lot. And I think, people often kind of overlook those really simple things of being able to just say to someone, I see you and see the work that you're doing, and it is meaningful and it is making an impact for the better for our community.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that self care is really, really important while you're in these types of roles, leadership roles. And you said, yeah, I agree. This could be a whole new segment of how do you take care of yourself? Because I have seen many, many people that pass way too early and be told about how great they are after at their tangi, knowing that we could have said it then. And I think that self care moment we keep forgetting is actually having the confidence to talk freely and open with people. Like I was at a hui a couple of weeks ago, I was saying to whānau, but we're in a really hard space. It's tough. And just, they want to hear how tough it is, but also they want to feel the confidence that you're okay to continue representing them on their behalf and the good decision making. So then they can start being part of that journey with you. And then, they might give you a hug or they might tell you off again, but, you're sharing something that's personal because you're doing the same journey journey with them as well. And so, they do appreciate that. It also doesn't take away that we should be, doing our own self care. I am very big on that, especially in the holder space of making sure that we do that as well as given in these types of roles.
What a great way to think about potentially the closing of this to get a whack or to get a growling from our ancestors, our communities, our elders actually does show care. It still shows an interest and a level of support that doesn't necessarily always feel great in the moment, but it is an important reminder that it actually just shows there's still care. It's just that they care in their own way. I want to sincerely thank you for taking the time to have a yarn with me. Obviously, it can feel sometimes a little bit uncomfortable if you haven't met someone before, having a dialogue or a conversation about these things. But I think when our starting point is often a very shared view of the support that we want to be able to provide to our communities in our day-to-day roles or in the roles that we have from a governance point of view, I think we always come together quite quickly in sharing our own stories and where we see the opportunities in our community.
Yeah, no, definitely. And thank you so much. It's given me the ability to reflect on our role and it's on my role myself and having that shared thought, shared thinking, coming back to how do we grow our economic empire for the future. It really hones into we're doing exactly what our tupuna and our ancestors wanted us to do. Hence why they signed the treaty with that intent to grow our people and strong and confident, and for us to make mokopuna decisions based on tikanga, based on the values and principles of what we've learned, but also in protecting those sorts of environments that we lost through assimilation and colonization. And that's our role to protect, but also grow in a very well balanced way. So then, my grandchild who's Māori and Chinese can walk on the mountain, the Maunga, very confidently that their grandmother walked there, their great grandmother walked there. So, having that freedom and ability to self-determine on what they want to do is making good mokopuna decisions based on how we do things right now. So I'm really proud of the kōrero that was shared, the strength that we can bring in for our people, but also the opportunities. I feel like we're in a really exciting space and challenging, but really exciting that this is going to be game changer for our people.
Beautiful. Thanks, mate.
Episode 3, Treaty and Indigenous Governance.
Kia ora, kia ora koutou, nau mai haru mai. Ko waiau, he iri tēnei no te waka o Tainui, Ngāti Tāhinga, Ngāti Māhanga o Kuhapu, he hononga anō taku ki Ngāti Hauitiki Rata, e pākeke ana au ki o tautahi ko Janelle Reki Waka tōku ingoa. Kia ora, greetings to everyone. My genealogy connections to Hapu in Waikato Tainui, and I also have a connection to Ngāti Hauiti, and I have been raised in Ōtautahi Christchurch. It is such a pleasure to be here. Kia ora.
Good morning. My name is Ivan Ingram. Very grateful for being here and joining you, Janelle, this morning in this conversation. I'm a Wiradjuri and Filipino man from Parkes in New South Wales, Australia. Wiradjuri on my father's side and Filipino on my mother's. I currently live in Meanjin or Brisbane, where I have been working and living here since 2009. In and around the spaces of native title, Indigenous governance, and most recently in the space of truth-telling and healing. So very much looking forward to today's discussion. Let's get underway.
Such a pleasure to be able to come together across the ditch, our two Indigenous brothers and sisters, to have a kōrero, to have a, would you say yarn? Is that the right word? I love that. So Ivan and I are going to have a yarn today about the importance of treaty and how it might look in both different contexts. And I wondered if we might just kick off with our first question. I'm really keen to know from you, Ivan, and then what's the current state of treaty in Ahitereiria or Australia at the moment?
Yeah, wonderful. We're in a bit of a different situation to what it's like across the ditch for our brothers and sisters in Aotearoa. Australia currently doesn't have a national treaty framework with its Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, unlike the other countries in sort of the common law history countries, so Canada, Australia, New Zealand, we're in a very different situation. In Australia, we've seen a lot of progress over time, but in recent times, I would say in the last couple of years, there's been a few setbacks on momentum towards what does treaty look like for our country and for our respective states and territories. There's been some good progress in some southern states. So in Victoria, namely, there was a process that began in 2016 where they were looking at what does treaty look like for the state of Victoria. An assembly was created in 2019, a treaty authority was established in 2022, and late last year, a major success has been reached by the state of Victoria with Gelling Wal, which translates to the tip of the spear in the language of the Gunai-Kurnai peoples, which established their treaty framework. So it became the first statewide treaty model in Australia, in Victoria. Just to give a quick snapshot of where we're at in other parts of the country, my neighbouring territory, the Northern Territory, they had commenced a number of treaty, investigations to see what it might look like for the Northern Territory. But unfortunately, last year in May, following a subsequent change of government, the new government had stepped away from any treaty progress. So that's been shelved, unfortunately, for Northern Territory. The state that I'm in Queensland, we had, after a number of years of extensive work of community consultations, the establishment of an eminent panel to give advice to government, the establishment of an interim truth and treaty body, a piece of legislation was introduced in 2023 called the Path to Treaty Act, which established two components of what we have here is the Uluru Statement from the Heart of Indigenous peoples asking for three components with Australians: voice, treaty and truth. The Path to Treaty Act in Queensland was to establish two components of that, treaty and the truth-telling. I was involved in the truth-telling element as one of the 5 members appointed to undertake that work. But similarly, after a change of government in 2024, the first act of that government was to repeal that legislation. And unfortunately, that meant a massive setback in our state on truth-telling and in treaty, because the Treaty Institute was the other part of that legislation that I was involved in. That was also dismantled. It's a range of efforts around the country that we're in different starting blocks, or we've had setbacks. New South Wales is probably the next state that I would highlight, in that 3 treaty commissioners have been appointed to undertake broad-scale consultations across the state with its First Nations peoples to understand what treaty might look like for New South Wales. So we're currently at the state where those consultations are ongoing, and I look forward to hearing where that lands later this year. So that's a quick expose of the Australian state. So, some real positive wins down south, but we've got a bit of setbacks and a lot more work to do in other parts of the country.
Interesting to hear the state of treaty and how it is different and taking different paths in the states of Australia. And probably the biggest contrast to here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is that we have one, well, I was going to say we have one treaty, but that's controversial as well, because actually we have, so I'll talk about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the founding document of Aotearoa, and it was signed in 1840. So it is right back at the beginning, I guess, of the British Crown wishing to bring settlers to Aotearoa, New Zealand, to live. And this is why it's controversial to say there's only one treaty, because in fact, just 5 years prior to that, in 1835, there was an earlier document called the Declaration of Independence, or He Whakapūtanga, o Te Rangatiratanga o New Tirini, is its reo Māori name. And that was signed predominantly between a lot of Northland chiefs, because much like our Indigenous Aboriginal people in Australia, we were tribal and we had independent mana and sovereignty within the tribes, and a chief that governed over those tribes. And so there was a document signed in 1835, and it's really important that we mention that, because in that document it was a recognition that the sovereignty of Aotearoa, of New Zealand as a whole, lay with the individual tribes and chiefs. So that happened in 1835, still a very important document, particularly to our Northland tribes, and one that we should deeply recognise in legislation and law and everyday practice. And then in 1840, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, or the Treaty of Waitangi. And the reason, again, that it's a misuse of words when I say there's one treaty is also in recognition that there are versions at this time as well. So Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the treaty written in Te Reo Māori, so the language of the rangatira or the Māori chiefs at the time, and that has its own name, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, written in our language. The Treaty of Waitangi is the name of the English text, and that is pretty important to understand. And we don't use the word translation because they say two different things. So in the English text, the Treaty of Waitangi, Māori, the Māori chiefs, cede sovereignty to the Crown. However, in the Reo Māori text, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the ongoing and continued sovereignty remains with the chiefs that they had already had for many generations. They continue to keep that in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And this has caused a lot of challenges and a lot of friction in our nation over many, many years. Since 1840 are these two different versions. And it's quite important to understand. So have one, I guess, that's recognised in international law through a law principle called contra proferentum. And contra proferentum in layman's terms basically says the treaty written in the Indigenous language is the one that takes precedence, because that's the one that the signatories would have, it's in their language, and they would have understood that to a greater depth than in a second language. It also actually says that cultures who have oral language as their first language as opposed to written, that oral agreements take precedence over anything that's written in an agreement. So contra proferentum was applied to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Reo Māori Treaty, in the 1980s. I haven't got the exact date off the top of my head. I think with the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal, which puts it as a largely recognised legal the only legal version of our treaty. Again, what we refer to it today is it's a living document, which means it was written in 1840 for a purpose, which was to bring British settlers here and to establish a relationship between the Crown and the Māori chiefs. And it's living in the sense that it needs to be reinterpreted by the government, by organisations, by people, so that it continues to be honoured in a modern sense and for the context that we all live in today. So it's a living foundational document of Aotearoa, a sacred covenant, there are some that talk about it founding the nation that we are today in terms of race relations and in terms of our own sovereign identity as Aotearoa New Zealand. So the current state, it's really interesting listening to you, Ivan, around changes of government, because we here in Aotearoa New Zealand have had a change of government in the last few years, and they have attempted and continue to try to make quite a lot of changes to how Te Tiriti has been honoured and enacted in Aotearoa New Zealand. And some of those changes they've attempted to bring in have been successful, sadly, and some we have managed to stall, if not completely get rid of, including the Treaty Principles Bill that was introduced by government last year, which resulted, you might have seen on your news, a very big nationwide hikoi in protest of that principles bill. So the current state is it is very much lived and reinterpreted by many, but it is sadly always under attack by some in our society.
Yeah, certainly.
Ivan, I'm really keen to understand for the First Nations people in Australia, what do you think separates treaty from other forms of recognition or policy? And I'm hearing from you in your first response that there are potentially, if not now, also going into the future, there might be multiple treaty. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And because I think just to give a bit of framing and context to then narrow down into the different paths that might occur or arise in the Australian context, you may have heard for us a few years ago when the current government was in their first term elected, they had committed to fully implementing the Uluru Statement from the Heart. And the statement was Australia's First Peoples articulating what it is that we want in terms of our relationship with broader Australia going forward. And so those elements, voice, treaty, truth, as I sort of outlined in the first question and response, at the national level, because of the failure of the 2023 referendum in relation to the voice element, at the federal level or the national level, there's been a bit of a retreat from any of the other elements since then. There's been a bit of a slowdown and a focus back on what we had prior. So focusing on reconciliation, practical outcomes, and really approaching things from a policy point of view with our national closing the gap sort of framework. And so the states and territories have gone on a different path. Some are, in lockstep with the federal government. Some have taken step backs, and other states, like as I mentioned, Victoria taking a big step forward, and New South Wales following in suit with their consultations. So we are in various different points, and it will result in a situation where there will be some peoples who have the opportunity and the benefits that may arise out of a treaty framework, and some that will not. And then so we have other platforms around the country, and again, it's very depending on which state and territory you're in. So if we don't have treaty recognition at its highest form, and whatever that may take, whether if it's in the traditional sense of two sovereigns coming together to understand how it is we want to be together, share power, resources, and work together going into the future in that sort of living governance arrangement, or if it's some of the other platforms that we have in Australia. So native title, my area of law, one aspect is that, but then there's also land rights regimes. The two notable ones are New South Wales and Northern Territory. They sit either in harmony with native title or arguably somewhat in parallel and a little bit separate too. But in the native title sense, you've got a lot of groups who will, through that process, get recognition as the traditional custodians of country. And through that recognition, particular rights will arise that are recognized. So you have a seat at the table for negotiations, engagement, but the fundamental core of being recognized as the right people for that country to speak about that country in all matters that are going to be dealt with there. And then you'll also have some groups who, because of the high standard and burden of proof to prove who you are and how you're connected, notwithstanding our really complex legal history, some groups won't be able to achieve that Western legal standard. And so we'll also have a situation where there's a disparity between those who have native title recognition and get the benefits from the rights there and whatever else that might arise, whether it be economic opportunity or otherwise, and then some groups who will not have that opportunity. I can see us diverging into a state where we're creating another stratification of rights recognition and opportunity recognition because of the different regimes applied and resulting in different levels of, positive outcomes, negative outcomes. And in the space that I'm in native title, a negative determination really just recognizes the significant impact that colonization has had, but then we leave groups in that situation unless something else comes around to support and uplift. In the original intention of enacting the native title regime, there was supposed to be a third package as part of that, which is the social justice benefits to those groups who won't get recognition. There should have been an element of support, financially or otherwise, but we've yet to see any of that really materialize.
Can I ask a question? I'm interested because I know the sheer size of states in Australia. I imagine it's problematic because there will be, I don't even want to hazard a guess, but I imagine there's multiple mobs within a state. So is there
Absolutely.
tension there in terms of trying to negotiate something for a whole state and represent the needs of all of the mobs within those states?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you were to look at Victoria, so the way that they've approached their treaty negotiations, they started at state level first with representatives representing the various different groups. There's contention around is that the right configuration or otherwise, but I won't exercise a view on that. But that's the approach that's been taken in Victoria. They start at a statewide level to give a framework for then individual groups to then do their direct negotiations on matters that concern them. In other parts of the country, in Queensland, we were starting that journey of understanding what it meant for Queensland groups and Queensland mobs. Were we going in all in together on one statewide treaty? Does that come first? Does that come at the end? Or do we do individual ones based on language groups, regional groups? Do we do it by native title? Those were the questions that the Treaty Institute was responsible for exploring with the mobs all across Queensland. And they were starting that journey when we were shut down. Truth telling would have been a foundation for that, to understand what is the impacts of colonization from the remedial point of view of what treaty could look like. And, at the statewide level, we could look at systemic reform, systemic change based on that evidence that was articulated. But then we would be able to drill down what are the individual needs of community. And that could be additional treaties or other types of agreements that fall under that regime. Whatever the case was, it was trying to identify what the needs are. And then the next step would have been, okay, at what level do we need to negotiate this or reach agreement on? There are some things that would be universal across an entire state. Indeed, there's universal things across the entire country. And then there'll be some local context matters that would have been important to explore as well.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you. We have the similar challenge here in Aotearoa in terms of multiple tribes in hapu and just trying to represent everyone's needs and ensure everybody has a voice and agency in the process. It's a really tricky thing to navigate.
Absolutely. I'm quite curious with your outline of how the Treaty of Waitangi operates, and you were talking a bit around the development in 1980 with the preferential, I guess, interpretation of the instrument. The last question that we've got for this segment is really around how does treaty function as a governance framework and not just a political agreement. So I'm really keen to understand, if there was a shift in the 1980s around the understanding of how to interpret, was there governance arrangements that didn't cater for that prior to, but what's the current environment now in terms of the governance of the treaty?
Yeah, so it's such a great question. So the first thing I would just say at a general sense is that Te Tiriti o Waitangi, for me, it's an aspiration for equitable partnership. It laid out a way that the Crown and Māori could be equitable partners. And of course, it was breached really quickly. And in fact, the Treaty of Waitangi, the English version, was also breached. So neither of them were honoured in that sense. And then, of course, much like First Nations people in Australia, a long and ongoing process of post-colonisation trauma and the impacts of that. But the Te Tiriti o Waitangi itself, for me, is the perfect framework to use for governance because it's about equity and it's about partnership, which is really the epitome and the embodiment of what good governance is. The first article of Te Tiriti Kāwanatanga talks about honourable governance, and I really love to unpack with boards what is the difference between governance by itself and honourable governance. And for me, honourable governance is where we make decisions alongside those who are going to be impacted by those decisions, that we have the right voices at the table and that those voices are heard and acted on, that we're not making decisions on behalf of others, that we are genuinely engaging rather than consulting. And I always say to boards that I work with, consultation is a bit of a trigger word for Indigenous people because consultation usually means, what do you think of this? As opposed to, can you come and have a kōrero with us about how we might collectively solve this challenge? And you invite me when the piece of paper is blank, as opposed to a fully fledged framework we want your feedback on. So, I'm really encouraging boards to think about genuine engagement as opposed to consultation. And so for me, the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the work I do with boards is I talk to them about creating at governance level a tiriti commitment statement. What is your organisation's or entity's commitment to this? And like an example might be, we insert organisation name are committed to upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi and ensuring our practices are aligned and embody the equitable partnership that Te Tiriti o Waitangi promises us all, something like that. I'm making it up on the fly, but whatever your commitment statement is, one of your strategic goals and your strategy should be how we are going to journey towards being more tiriti honouring. And then from your strategic goal, boards should be asking for data and reporting against that strategic goal. How well are we doing as an organisation? And that then, I guess, triggers an implementation plan at operations level. So for organisations to go, well, how are we going to deliver on this commitment statement? How are we going to gather data against this strategic goal? What does that actually look like? And then, of course, many will need to get support on that. So is it about language revitalisation? Is it about engagement with Indigenous people or iwi or Māori or mana whenua, which is the local sheltering tribes to wherever you are located? So it's the perfect document to feed into strategy. It is a foundational document of Aotearoa, and I believe it's the cornerstone, the manawa, the heart of governance strategy as well.
Fantastic. I really like that. And I guess, what that's striking a chord with is, treaty without governance infrastructure, it's just a declaration of intent than something meaningful. And so the governance around that, the relationship that's built, the infrastructure that flows, and not just at that higher treaty level, but in every institution that flows thereafter, because, the context that you were saying, it's the birth of, the current relationship and environment there in Aotearoa. The governance around that, the infrastructure that developed makes it that living relationship. I really like that. That's fantastic.
Yes, we've had our treaty since 1840, so we've been engaging and relating to it for a long time. But in an ideal world, aspirationally, in organisations in a state where there has been an agreement and there is a treaty in place, what would you love for it to look like at governance level?
I think really looking at what is the nature of the relationship between the particular group and with government, or, whoever is representing the Crown in that instance, whether there's that, as you touched on, is there genuine engagement in decision making as opposed to validating through a consultation process? Those key elements of power sharing, actual participation in the distribution of resources according to the priorities and needs of a group, I think is really important. So, those core elements of being together in a true partnership as opposed to we're just entering into agreement for service provision, or in that lower effect, more the sort of tokenistic type relationships. I think we've done that in service agreement, in regular contracts and engagement through either native title or other. We need to really step that up and get into a higher state of that real, genuine partnership and power sharing in its truest sense of governance of a group and peoples.
I love that. And I think, we're both singing from the same song sheet in the sense of genuine partnership and authentic relationships and equity. So how great is it that, like, having this conversation with you, recognizing we don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. Both nations
Absolutely.
are on similar but different journeys. What can we learn from each other, and how can we work together so that we empower all Indigenous peoples globally? But certainly starting in our own homes. We might be the greatest of rivals on some spaces, but we're also the best of friends. Us Kiwis and Aussies, aren't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, that's so true what you say around what learnings can we share with each other, but then also see what journey may lead. And I think one key takeaway for me in that sense is, while it's very new for the Australian context of what treaty might look like into the long future, we only need to look across the pond to see treaty's been operating for a very long time for our brothers and sisters across the pond. And it hasn't meant the world's end. There's a lot of work to do to maintain that relationship, to keep progress moving forward. But things can still operate when you've got the right structures in place and you're able to actually be at the table to have these conversations. We just need to be at the table. So very much looking forward to our conversation continuing in that sense.
Absolutely.
How important is governance when it comes to negotiating and implementing treaty? Now, I appreciate you've given us a bit of a historical snapshot of how you got to that, but I guess, is there any more insight you can give in that historical context, and then what, the ongoing negotiation of the relationship is in the implementation in the contemporary space?
Yeah, I guess I would just add that where I have worked with organisations where there's real desire and passion and commitment and enthusiasm at an operational level, but it's not reflected at governance, their progress gets stalled. They, operationally, they're trying to get some things off the ground, but they're sort of banging their head on a ceiling all the time. Because there isn't a real visible and tangible commitment at leadership or at governance level. And what that can result in is frustration of people who are like, we want to do this, but we haven't got the right resources, or there doesn't seem to be the right support networks wrapped around us, so they can feel a bit frustrated. So for me, genuine commitment to te tiriti or waitangi, and even just at a more general sense, genuine commitment to equity for all needs to be reflected at a governance level in order for it to be truly successful. We need our leaders to be the role models of good change, of equitable partnerships. We need goals and strategy, because that then triggers boards to look for evidence, and there needs to be a reporting against it. So that's really important. So it doesn't just it doesn't become this aspiration that just sort of hangs in the wind with no formal mechanisms for checking on how we're doing. Having those goals reflected in strategy and in a commitment statement then triggers those that sit at governance level to check on how we're doing against that. Are we doing what we said we were going to do? Are we actually journeying towards our aspiration in this regard? In short, if the leaders aren't leading this, we are going to find progress can be really, really hard to achieve in a whole sense for whole organisational change.
Absolutely. And I think if we were just to think about governance generally, similarly working in board context or even in an advisory context, there's a few boards that I've been asked to be involved in, or actually probably better put as I've been asked to be involved in particular advisory groups to advise a board on matters relating to First Nations strategy. And that's a really core element of my due diligence. I always ask, Is the board genuinely supportive of this? Because as an advisor, you're one step removed from decision making and you're only providing input. If the board is supportive of and are championing the outcomes that will arise from an advisory group, I'm all in. But if it's just because they need it for compliance and there isn't a strong commitment, or it's a bit lukewarm, they're doing that because it's the expectation of industry, but not really the, the reality for them in their context, then I'm not prepared to take that step forward, because it's really hard pushing the rock up a hill kind of analogy.
Yeah.
But if there is that genuine commitment at that highest level, at the governance level where decisions are able to be made, then things are a lot easier. But that really takes quite a significant mindset shift, and moving people into that area is not particularly easy. It depends on a range of factors: their experience, their understanding, their knowledge of our histories, to be in a position where there's that empathy to be able to actually work with us and not for us or against us, or all of those components. So that really resonates well with me. Thank you.
Can you share a little bit about governance arrangements of First Nations groups in Australia? Because
yeah, absolutely.
how are they organising themselves as well? And I'd really love to hear some positive stories that you might be able to share around that as well.
Yeah, great. Now, I will rely a little bit on my native title background, because that's the space that I'm in. But at the federal level, that is the regime that has been implemented at law to give that level of recognition. And it's intended to be a standardized practice across the country. But of course, each state and territory have their unique legal history with their First Nations peoples. And so that context is really important to understand where we're at in the contemporary space, and how native title recognition has either been fought heavily against or been worked with to be able to get to a state where there is a level of engagement at the table together. So there are some statistics that I might just throw out just to give a bit of a landscaping exercise of where native title is, and then I can give you just a few examples of where there are really great pockets of success. I've just had the benefit of looking at the most recent stats for a publication. In January 2026, there are 282 native title corporations that hold native title rights and interests, and that arises from some 695 determinations of native title. Some of those are negative determinations, the bulk of which are positive determinations. And so those positive determinations, there's more than there are native title corporations, because a corporation may hold multiple positive outcomes for their group. So sequentially, some groups might choose to say, let's claim core country, establish that foothold, get that over the line, and then go for the areas that might have, for a variety of reasons, strategically have been left for later applications for recognition. So, one group might have multiple. I've worked with a group who are up to their 5th claim for recognition, and they're going sort of island by island or region by region, so that they can collectively and strategically, lock in different parts of country because of the variety of contexts, different local governments, different interests, all of those things. So across the country, we've got quite a significant body of native title corporations for the positive determined groups that hold the native title rights and interests that, that govern country, enjoy their rights, and are able to innovate their governance. So I would say the vast majority would be struggling in the economic outcomes, because while the recognition of rights is one thing, it doesn't necessarily equate to a positive injection of funds and resources in order to stand up the governance and effectively operate as a nation. The groups that do have successful operations, they also have the other elements of success there, whether if it be, the intrinsic things of a group's ability to come together, the shared values, all of the things around cultural match and good governance within a group. It may be present. The others are their proximity to major centres, just naturally because of the, the economy that we've got, and proximity to resources, the relationships they've got with industry on country, providing an economic opportunity, exchange of accessing country to do a variety of things, whether it be all the way from extractive industry to very positive joint ventures and economic opportunities of the mobilization of traditional resources. You have all things in between. And so the groups that I've worked with in the governance space that experience that success have been able to use their native title rights and interests as levers to be able to get a seat at the table, buy in or be part of or buy out operations that are on their country. One group that I work with on the East Coast in Southeast Queensland, they initially went into a relationship with Indigenous Business Australia to co-purchase all the campgrounds of their country. It used to be managed by the local government. And after a number of years, they had built up the economy of that to be able to buy out Indigenous Business Australia. So they're now managing it on their own as their own corporation that's connected to their native title corporation. So it might be a little wind, but it just shows, the momentum of change and opportunity can arise. There are some groups in the South, and I'm thinking South Australia and in Victoria. There's some great research done by the Native Nations Institute at the University of Arizona in partnership with some of these groups and the Harvard Project in the US. And they were looking at, when we don't have treaty in Australia, what are groups doing? They're acting like a nation, and they're activating through the legal system, relationships with governments, entering into contracts and acting like a nation, even if we don't have that status in a legal sense or under treaty right sense. People are just collectively governing and then pursuing things through that negotiation framework. And one of the key parts of the elements of nationhood, if we go back to what is a nation, a defined territory, a defined group of people, the ability to enter into agreements and negotiations with something else, that reciprocal recognition of you are an entity we can engage with or treat with. And then, so that's that diplomacy element, and institutions. So those groups who are mobilizing what institution they have, and it might be a corporate structure, to engage in that diplomacy, they're effectively acting like a nation, notwithstanding we don't have the same rights as that under, say, a treaty regime.
It's so interesting. One of the questions I had as I was listening to you talk is, because this is a challenge here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, an ongoing challenge, but are there clear tribal boundaries, or is that still a little contentious?
That's a really good question, and it always comes up in some of my native title work, because without unpacking too much of the complexities around how do you get to a particular boundary. So I would say, for some geographic areas, it can be really clear. We've got, on the East Coast, the Great Dividing Range, a really strong mountain range that goes from sort of down in sort of upper Victoria all the way up to the top of Australia. Many of the groups who I've worked with on the East Coast will say, we go to the top of the range and then it's another group. So you've got natural boundaries. If you've got a very large river system, some groups will tell me that they've got a clear boundary there. We're up to this river and then it's someone else. Where we have some contention is, and this is where Western tenure systems really struggle to understand, shared country or transitional country. There might be two groups on a plateau on either side, and you've got a space in between that is, prime hunting grounds. And I've worked with some Central Queensland groups that talk about that is, a space where we all come together because it's fertile hunting grounds. And in different times of the year, a group will have shared responsibilities over that area. So that idea of multiple groups holding traditional rights in different areas and sharing a particular area depending on seasons or migrations or, whatever the case may be, Western legal systems really struggle to understand that. So native title requires a defined boundary, areas of concession, and a clear delineation of my country stops here, then it's your country. But in reality, that's not necessarily the case. So, yes, there is a boundary, but it's a boundary that's articulated in a Western sense. But there is also a boundary that's understood in a traditional sense, but it doesn't translate well.
That is so interesting. I love this transitional shared spaces. If we managed, or, Indigenous people managed over hundreds, if not more, thousands of years to just, it was an agreement and it was okay. But in a legal sense, it's like, oh, it's not going to work. We need this clear black or white. It's such, again, the clash of cultures and
absolutely
where things don't reflect well. They just don't. Indigenous perspectives and worldviews just bang up against these quite rigid, westernized ideologies. It's sad, but to hear that it happens everywhere. It's easy to get insular with your own challenges as Indigenous people and forget, like, people all around the world are fighting the same fights, the same kinds of frustrations.
Yeah. And one thing I often say when I deliver sort of governance training or, talk about what is Indigenous governance, I often say, we've been acknowledged as the longest continuing culture in the world of occupation of mainland Australia for 65,000 plus years, according to science, or since time immemorial. according to our dreaming stories, we would have to know a thing or two about diplomacy and governance in order to still be here. Survival is one thing, but effective relationship management between all the variety of groups across the country, trade, negotiation, all of those elements have to be present in order to still be here. So taking it from a strengths point of view, we've been doing this a lot longer than Western governance systems.
Yeah, which is what politics is, right? So in a sense, it's the politics of relationships, and Indigenous people have been doing that a long time. Yeah.
Absolutely. But what do you think are the key features that make a treaty effective from a governance perspective?
You've touched on this, and I could not agree more. Genuine buy-in. It's the very first thing that you need to establish. I have personally found that mandate is never enough on its own. That you have to compel the heart. And you used a word before, knowing stories can evoke empathy and an understanding. And I could not agree more with that. Like, I think that the history of our Indigenous peoples and how nations were founded and their experiences that they've had over generations are vital for anyone to just know. I think we need to know the stories of our homes. And I always use the analogy or the saying, you should start where your feet stand. Wherever you live, know that place. Just start there, because I get that it can seem overwhelming, but just start where you are right now. Learn about the people whose home you have called home, and then expand and go further to, well, I was born over there and I come from here, and learn about those places and learn about those people. So when you compel the heart, the why emerges in of itself. And honestly, I just kind of wish everybody's why was because it's the right thing to do. I just wish that was the short, hard, fast answer for everybody, because it's the right thing to do. And if I can support people to establish their why, whether that's personally, professionally, at a governance level, at a leadership level, at any level, if I can support people to establish their why, and it's not mandate number one, mandate might be part of it, but that's number 4 or number 5 reason. But if we can establish our why, then everything else just falls into place. Because once you understand why it's important to do, then the how is almost easier. So buy-in for me is the be-all and end-all. And then, of course, like I said earlier, having it reflected at strategic level, at governance level, at leadership level, and at operations level, then it's a whole organizational journey. You might know we call them waka, our canoes that our Māori people journeyed to Aotearoa in our big double-hulled canoes. Once you decide where you want to go in your waka, the people will either get in or out. But don't deviate. We're going here. And if this is for you, jump in. And if you're going to be in the waka, then you need to have a paddle at hand. We don't want you sitting down the back drilling a hole in the back of our waka where we're all paddling flat out to get to our destination. And if you're not paddling, then you're going to make everybody else's jobs harder. So if it's not for you, all good. Then you go find somewhere that you wish to be, but this is where we're heading. And so getting a shared commitment is really, really important once you've got that why.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think that really resonates with some of my experience as well. I often find, if I'm in a governance context, whether on a board, advisory group, or helping organizations in their governance when I'm facilitating, I often ask, how did you get to where we are now? And if people can take me on the reverse journey of how they got there, why did you start this journey? Sometimes that's usually where I get the blank. People are doing the doing, but not really understanding the foundation of why it is that we're now in this particular space. Or there's, just a very light touch of understanding why. There's an element of this is the right thing to do, but not understanding why it's right. And I find a lot of my recent work has been unpacking, and this has really stemmed from the truth telling and having the benefit of taking individual stories through native title recognition. I get the lived experience and the history of someone at such an intimate level to really understand why we're in the situation we're in, but it was in a confined space. So a lot of my work has been trying to bring that education across as many people as possible in sort of the contemporary space. I work with a lot of government departments and private sector of really unpacking, and I call it our legal history. So it takes a bit of the sting out of people because we interject the people story in amongst it. But it's easier for people to understand what has actually happened in our history from a legal point of view, because people then, their own emotions and minds will take them to, oh, this would have been the impact on the individual. When you start sharing all of those components of that past, how it impacts an individual, then when we weave in personal stories, they really get the why, because they're now seeing through their own lived experience and their own lens of either knowing some of that and having it pulled together, or not knowing at all and being real and realizing, oh my God, there's so much that we didn't understand about the history of the place we've been living in and growing up in. And then it's easier for okay, so what comes next? That's really up to them to work out, because if they've been moved to the space where they wanted to make change, that's the hardest part. And then so that's sort of my job done. Everything else is sort of like good governance practices that anyone can help take them through, or good facilitation around to develop programs, or whatever the case may be. You've got to get them to that early stage of understanding the why. So that really resonated with me with your reflections, and it has that universal application.
It's interesting. I was just sort of thinking, part of what I really want to encourage anyone to do, whether you sit in governance or not, is be open to unlearning some stuff.
Yes.
Because so many structures and systems have been colonized with a ideology that privileges the dominant races, right? So particularly education systems, but health systems, political systems, I mean, we could go on and on and on. And I say to people all the time, having the realization that, my teacher totally lied to me, or my dad totally lied to me, or, I get that that's confronting, but actually there's a good chance that that's what they knew at the time.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to sit here and go, how could they have taught us that? Or how could they have told us that? Or how come they believed that? It's from the benefit of where we sit now, it's easy to be judgmental of that. But actually, that's what people knew at the time. It was common narrative and nobody was questioning it. So, that's what they taught us in schools. And that's what we talked about around the dinner table and all of those kinds of things. So I always say to people that reflecting and knowing and understanding the stories of place is not about anyone having to feel fault. And it's not about blame. It's because we weren't there. None of us did this. And I always say, I'm sure you've got your own regrets in life. I don't think you need to pick up anybody else's. It's not about that. It's not about white guilt or, any of those things that come up in conversation. It's about understanding responsibility, current day responsibility. So we didn't do what was done, but we've inherited a responsibility. And the responsibility in a simpler sense is just know better, do better.
Yes.
That's at its simplest sense what it's about. It comes with a whole bunch of other stuff, but if we can know more than those that came before us, and if we can do better than those that came before us, and if every generation commits to just knowing more and doing better, then we're going to be okay, because it's a marathon. It's not a 100-meter sprint. We're not going to solve this overnight and have everyone be better, but just commit to unlearning so that we can relearn and we can do better. I think
Absolutely.
That's how we should talk at a governance table.
Yes. And that was really the mantra that we had at the Truth Telling Inquiry. We're not here to necessarily name, blame and shame any individual that's living to be the architects of that history. But we now have that responsibility when we know all of this stuff. What do we do to go forward? And it's that doing better than what we've inherited. So no, that's fantastic.
I always use the analogy. It's like parenting. Everybody will say, oh, I want to do better than, I want to be able to provide more than my whānau was able to. Good. Let's do that. Let's all just keep challenging each other to know and do better, and we will get there. I don't know about you though, Ivan, here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have these glimpses of a new generation that I truly believe will change the world. And I hope that you are seeing glimpses of that in
Absolutely.
Australia as well.
No, definitely. Youth leadership, the next generation to inherit what we're doing is definitely something that I'm particularly concerned and interested about. In my own governance journey, I really have worked at elevating the voices of young people to learn how to operate in this space so that when, the baton gets passed on, then, we've got a good generation coming through that don't inherit the hardships that we've went through or some of the challenges, some of the things that just exist, the difficult interpersonal relationships, the lateral violence that occurs because of the history that's happened to our peoples. That should stop here, and then we should make sure that the next generation's equipped to keep running forward.
I'm really keen to ask you, Ivan, from your perspective, how does treaty create opportunities for Aboriginal mobs, Indigenous nations to exercise greater control over their future? Like, what is the benefit of it in terms of tribes and how that's going to change their future?
That's a great question, and definitely one that's on the front of mind for many mobs around the country, particularly as we enter this space of what does treaty look like. It's a really great one because I guess it acknowledges some of the tensions that also exists in the existing regimes that we have. So in New South Wales, we have a land rights regime. In Northern Territory, we have a land rights regime, arguably the strongest one in terms of the national context. We have native title that overlays on that. I'll just draw a distinction in case of our listeners that know the differences between the two. So a land rights regime is a state or territory based legislative regime that grants rights in a tenure sense. So, as one ordinarily understands, they might sit on freehold or fee simple, or they have a lease, etc. Land rights grants that type of tenure security, so real property foothold in that sense, and there's a governance regime all around that. Native title doesn't confer the same tenure security. It provides a recognition of rights that have existed since the acquisition of sovereignty by the Crown. So it recognises your traditional rights and interests in country, but it is confined in terms of what is equivalent in some sense to proprietary rights. So the right to fish, hunt, gather, to be present on, those kinds of elements that don't really transition across to tenure security where you've got a title deed. It's a bit different in nature. So from that context, you can see we have a patchwork of things that are a lot less than shared power and responsibility and governance over land in the truest sense that you would have if you were to come together in a treaty context in the, what we would understand in Aotearoa and Turtle Island over with our Canada and US brothers and sisters. It's a very different regime of relationship. So from there, I think I would say the baseline, what we've got in some states and territories with complementary land rights regimes or other tenure regimes that provide that security for groups in terms of territorial ownership, that's still in its infancy. Ownership of institutions, we're confined to particular types of structures, land councils, corporations, but it's not a regular corporations law entity. It's a special type of entity made for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations. So again, it's still carving out, making separate, having other layers of regulation that non-Indigenous corporations or that regular corporations don't have to comply with, or they have a lot more freedom. So where I would see the opportunity that a treaty would provide in terms of the relationship being redefined is setting aside some of those dictated elements of how you must act, how you must govern, and what rules you must comply with. It allows people to come to the table, sovereign nations to come and talk about how do we want to govern together on these matters that concern us. So, defining who are the people to this treaty in terms of a First Nations nation, whether you want to go to local groups or regional dialectic groups or even larger sort of alliances of First Nations peoples, whatever might suit a region. This is our territory, this is our country, this is how we want to govern it. These are the institutions we want to create, and this is how we want to engage with you in a diplomatic sort of way. These are the way we want to be together and how we want to be together. So I think it just allows us the opportunity to elevate all of those core elements and really act like a nation as opposed to a stakeholder or as a rights holder in a limited sense under those other regimes.
It's almost clarifying the terms of the relationship, isn't it? Which
Absolutely.
Indigenous peoples have been doing between each other for thousands of years in your case. For relationships to be maintained, positive relationships, you continually, just in everyday life, need to look at the terms of our relationship again
Absolutely.
and address them and keep them warm and all of those things. So I think that Indigenous people relationships are currency. It's a huge, important currency of how we operate with each other. And by contrast, here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have, at least in my lifetime, our tribes have been going through treaty settlement processes with governments. And if you look at, that's ongoing, but if you look at the early tribes that sort of negotiated as I was a child and received their treaty payouts, if you like. So essentially it was a process whereby the Crown acknowledged the theft of land, effectively, raupatu whenua, and where land could be returned, some of that was, but where it couldn't be returned, i.e. there's an airport there now or somebody owns it, like a farm, there was a process whereby a reparation payment or payments were negotiated between the Crown and those tribes, those iwi. And although the figures sounded astounding to people sitting in their lounge rooms watching the TV, they never exceeded 2% of the total loss in terms of reparation payments because the loss was so great. Particularly our two large early iwi, that what they have done with their settlements is mind blowing. They have whole economic arms of their iwi now. They own fisheries and they own land and hotels and all kinds of things.
Wow.
And where I live in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, Ngaitahu, one of the biggest in terms of the mana of the size of the land that they have mana over, fast becoming one of the biggest economic powerhouses in our nation, and own countless amounts of land because of a clause they negotiated, which was first right of refusal. So if the Crown sells any land, iwi gets the first right of refusal to buy it before it actually goes offered out wider than that. So what they have done, I won't dive too deep as it's different for every tribe, but what they have done economically to serve their people and what they can now offer in terms of education grants and the iwi, the mana whenua down here, when you have a baby, if you belong to that iwi, they send you a beautiful pack of books, and there's opportunities for mentoring, and there's a savings scheme and a superannuation scheme, and there's all of these things that have happened really relatively quickly in a generation, that they've managed to take the money that they've had and exponentially grow it for the wealth and well-being of their people.
That's fantastic. And a great success story is showing how, Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing in terms of the communal approach of supporting all of the people of a nation and uplifting them is just a great reflection on the values that Indigenous peoples hold. Because, we're at the behest of the dominant society, which doesn't necessarily have that at front of mind.
I think that, again, I'm reminded we don't need to go alone. We've got friends.
No.
We can sit down and learn from each other in this space. And I think that we should. So I was thinking about, how Indigenous nations can strengthen governance structures and processes to support the ongoing treaty implementation. So were we to get a seat at the table as an Indigenous representative, what then is the job for us to do? How do we actually practically support those boards in the next steps?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And the great work that AIGI does in uplifting community governance, Indigenous corporation governance, all of those elements are necessary ingredients for the whole of a nation's health in their governance context. One of the things that I've observed through my work, either in governance or in native title, is the diaspora of the population that we're governing. In the contemporary space, people are living off country. They're in either urban centres or abroad. So we don't have that same nation anchoring of people in place. So we have a different dimension in sort of the modern context of the people we're governing. Our citizenship is not in the one location. So we've got people on country, we've got people off country. So that dimension adds a difficulty that we wouldn't have faced even a few decades ago in terms of where people are situated and, what compels people to move off country for opportunity or otherwise. So we've got that really interesting dynamic, but with modern technology and the ability to connect in the same way that we are across the pond from each other online, it relieves some of those pressures. So adopting some of the infrastructure to ease our governing burden to do business how we've always done. I know this isn't face-to-face in a yarning circle around a fire talking about business, but this allows us to still continue that dialogue in a slightly different context. So we're able to still do things without those necessary pressures. They're all still important. And, there are times where we must come together and do those things, but we've just got to accept the reality that we're in to a degree. From there, I think the elements of good governance, effective governance, and what it means to a community don't change. Transparency, accountability, responsibility, remembering who you are and what you must be doing for your community, your group, where you are situated in that, all of those things are fundamental. And I don't think they change. The method of going around that are the things that we've got to adapt to be able to position ourselves well in this contemporary space. I don't necessarily like to use the post-colonial context, but that's part of our reality. We are working with other interests in our country. We are working with other government structures at all levels. So we've got local government, state government, federal government. We've got all of those different layers of relationships we need to manage and develop. Fundamental is really how we as a community or we as a nation want to work together and how that relationship translates to working with others. So really coming back to those core principles, because of our history where people were removed off country, we've lost a lot of people over time. We've had, the intermingling of cultures, which is, only enriching our society. Those elements really just complicate things a bit, but it doesn't really detract from those core principles of defining how we want to be together and how we want to engage with others. So I think coming back to basics is one thing that many groups are doing through native title. The challenges of that is re-establishing identity, re-establishing communication and how we want to govern, and then from there continuing to build those systems and structures and coming into modern spaces are a necessary component of the contemporary environment we're in. But so the same can be said about carrying those values all the way through.
Something that was occurring to me as I was listening to you speak is the role of someone who is Indigenous when we sit in a boardroom as well. So there's a couple of things in that.
Yes.
The first is I'm really, really committed to talking with boards about their non-negotiable responsibility for the cultural safety of Indigenous peoples within their boardroom. Because
Fantastic.
it's one thing to invite someone in, but now you have to care for them, and you have to care for them in a way that they are not just allowed to be, they are empowered to be. So that's the first thing. And so I say to governance groups, you're not ready. If I get a sense you're not ready, I'm going to tell you you're not ready. If you bring someone in here now, you're going to cause them harm. So you need to kind of, before you put your house on the market, you might want to do the housework kind of thing. So before you invite that voice into the room, get your ducks in a row and make sure that you are culturally confident and competent to be able to support that person. The other part, the contrast part of that is working with young Indigenous people, young or old, it doesn't matter, whoever it is that's going into spaces that are not Indigenous, is supporting them in their own protection of themselves and their cultural values, but also ensuring that they are safe within their own tribes. So I'm really mindful that when I'm sitting in that space, that I'm not saying all Maori people think this, or I'm speaking on behalf of the whole tribe of blah blah. No. We want to go in and say, there's key phrases you can learn. According to what I understand from the such and such people, this is something that they like people to know, So I'm really careful with my words. I am careful that I never represent myself as someone who can speak for all on this topic.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, you know what? I think it's okay to just say in a boardroom, just this. I can't articulate why, but this doesn't feel right. Like that is sometimes enough to just be that voice. This doesn't feel right. I need some time to think about it and to talk to some people, but it doesn't feel right.
No, absolutely. And I think on reflection of some of the board spaces I've been in where, well intended, they want to have an Indigenous person on the board so they can deal with the Indigenous stuff over there. It's I often sort of re-articulate it in those environments of you've hired a lawyer and someone who has director experience and director skill sets, who also has the benefit of bringing in different lens and a different way of thinking and doing. Everyone at the table are directors first, and they bring their life experience, their lived experience, their experiences, whatever it may be, to the table to be the best director they are. So sometimes re-articulating it in those spaces, not to diminish that they've got a person who brings the Indigenous experience, but to make sure that in their mindset, we're all equals here, but I just bring a different lens in the same way that someone else from any other background or experience brings their experience to the table. And in that sense, there's that equality of participation, a reframing of the mindset so that it's not just, oh, Ivan won't talk to these things because he's an Indigenous person, so he'll only deal with those matters. It's like, no. I come with a variety of skill sets, but an important lens that I can put across everything.
Yeah, I love that. And it's so important. Cultural integrity and cultural safety in the
Absolutely.
boardroom, I think, is paramount. So we've touched on this a little bit, but the future and what the future holds for governance, for Indigenous peoples in governance, and for the future of equitable partnerships at a governance level. What is exciting you at the moment, Ivan? What are you seeing in the immediate and potentially even the far off future in this space?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and one that I've sort of been reflecting on since, the dismantling of the Truth-Telling Inquiry and the Treaty Institute in Queensland, and sort of having this philosophical discussion with myself, thinking, if this is the setback and where we're at, what does the future hold for us? Because understanding the legal history and the setbacks that have occurred decade after progress can get tiring and wearing out. And I appreciate I'm one of the younger people in this space, and I have many great leaders and people who've come before who've withstood so much more. So appreciating that there's been that journey, but on reflection of that and speaking with people around, okay, so this setback is major, but what can I take from this? That we're continually resilient and continuing to do good work, notwithstanding the change of government, the change of policies. We're still here and we're still putting up the fight. And if you look over the trajectory of the past, you can see that there's continual progress. So the glimmer of hope that I hold is that I can consistently and continually see progress, even though there are minor setbacks as we go along. So I think that's a really key takeaway and sort of a reflection of, while this might be a personal setback in my small journey here, there is consistent progress over the arc of history, and it leans towards what is right. So what I reconciled with, looking at population demographics for our country, between the ages of 50 and 75, the people who hold power in our country, who are the people who are the decision makers, the policy writers, our judiciary, all of those things, they represent 7.2 million of our population. But those who are under 50, where there is this progress in social attitudes, in leaning towards what is more my idea around focusing on human rights, strengths-based, empowering and equality, that's the vast majority of the population. So it's only another generation in terms of 25-year blocks. Another generation will be in a very, very different playing field. And I think that's a really positive spin, because we're arcing towards justice and a lot better outcomes for all Australians. We don't have that necessary divisive or more sort of conservative mindset around we should all be one. It's like, no, let's now celebrate the uniqueness that we all bring to the table to make up what our identity as a nation is. So in a global sense, I'm really excited about that. In the things that are before me right now, I'm really comforted by, even though at a government level and in a political level, Indigenous issues are often, the soccer ball that gets kicked around. Unfortunate, but it's just the reality that we face. There is a great shift in the private sector, in the small spaces where there is still continued progress, notwithstanding the politics of the day. So I love working with organizations that are saying, yeah, that might all be happening, but we want to have an identity as an entity that is not contributing to that negativity or that setback. We want to keep doing good. We want to aspire to do better, improve our relationships with First Nations Australians. And so the boards I choose to work with, the spaces I choose to engage with in terms of, the client relationship are those that are wanting to do better in that area. So the immediate wins are great because there's still a lot of good allies and a lot of intention in that area. But the long-term perspective, I think, is just a matter of time until we're in a very different space, and the challenges that the generation coming after me will be facing will be very different. So they're built on what we've been able to do in this time.
Yeah, I love that.
Mm,
And like you, I'm so
mm,
excited about this next generation, and I feel like the social justice bones in them are really strong, right? They're so much more aware
mm,
and so much more knowledgeable about what's happening in the world. And I'm super excited. We've had the blessing of having what we call kura kaupapa Māori movement. So our immersion schools across the country
mm,
now for a couple of generations that have given birth to, the beginnings of another round of first language speakers, which is phenomenal. And
mm,
what those schools have done is they've in the very best way, they've really privileged those kids who have grown up in an Indigenous world, walking
mm,
really confidently in an Indigenous world. And what I can see in them, and my daughter's one of them, is they are so discerning and they're so used to having their language, culture, and identity welcome anywhere and everywhere that they go, that if they are to strike up against a place where it's not welcome, they are going to do something quite actively about that in a really big hurry. So this generation of tamariki are really going
mm,
to change the world. And I want to say that I have noticed more than ever before, despite the current political climates in both of our countries,
mm,
what that is has also the unintended, I think, on behalf of those governments, the unintended positive outcome of this is I think we've got more allies than we've ever had before, certainly in my lifetime. We've got a
absolutely.
whole bunch of new to allyship people who have been discerning in what they've learned and what they've read and whose voices they've listened to and done some research and tried to understand it better and have been somewhat forced to make an opinion on something that maybe they weren't considering before now. So
Mm,
I welcome all of those new allies into the waka. And I am super excited about the fresh faces of our young people that are venturing into the workplace and into governance and boardrooms and leadership roles that have a strong sense of social justice and a deep
mm.
understanding of what equity can look like for all of us. It's going to be time for people like you and I to be able to tap out and know that the future is going to be in really, really good hands.
Absolutely. The next conversation people will be listening to is Voices of the Next Generation. Do you have a piece of advice or a reflection that we can pass on to those that are to come after us?
Yeah, that's such a great question. In part, I guess I want, no matter what age we are as Indigenous people, I want us to really deeply understand the legacy we inherited and also the one we're going to leave behind. I want our young people to know and understand that they're a link on a chain. So they're never going to be alone. There's always going to be
Mm,
people that have come before them and whose hard work and commitment and sacrifice and hurt and love have all contributed to the legacy that we're passing on to them. And I want our young people to know that in their time, to think about what they
mm,
want to pass down, to think about what they inherited and the sacrifice that it cost those that came before them, and to hold it with the mana that it deserves, and to think about the fact that they're going to pass it down. So, what will you do? What will you do on your time,
mm.
to pass it on to the next group of people coming along?
Fantastic. I think I'm not very dissimilar to what you've just said. And I think one of the personal things I often write about is being a good ancestor yourself. So very much in line with your understanding where we've got to and the chains of that link before us and how they'll contribute to continuing that on is very much the same concept that I often reflect on of what am I doing to be a good ancestor for the next generations and how I can stand on my feet saying I've done my part to continue the journey towards progress, and how I can help elevate the platform or take the further strides that the generation before me have taken us to, so that the next generation has a further starting mark to go from. I really value the idea, and it touches on what you've said earlier around knowing where you stand and knowing your place, knowing that history is really important, continuing that story, making sure that we remember what came before us and the hardships that we've had to face in this colonial context, and then continuing to build on. Because I think one of the great reflections I've been given from a great mentor of mine is with the next generation, walk with me, I'll show you, then walk with me, we'll do it together. And then it's time for you to walk on yourself. So I think that's a really important aspect that people remember around how we want to be together and how we empower the next generation to take the good of what's happened, but remember some of the hardships and not inherit some of the bad practices that we may have developed over time, but just accepting that, that's the reality of people, the human condition, but we want to make sure that we empower the next generation to take those steps on their own when the time comes.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Some of that, while we're in the trenches right now, is taking some hits that they won't have to take, and challenging and pushing those boundaries. And I see that I'm getting into the next phase of my life where no doubt I will be a grandmother at some point in the next 10 or so years, I imagine. So I'm starting to think of that. It's like, okay, what do I need to disrupt now so that we're clearing space for these young people? Because like you said, at some point our job will be to just get out of the way. And and I'm looking forward to it. It'll be timely. So it's been such a pleasure to have this kōrero with you, Ivan. I hope we continue our relationship. I would love to stay in contact with you. And to all of you listening, I hope that you have gleaned something amazing from this kōrero, from this yarn, that you can store away for your journey forward. So I just want to thank you, Ivan, for your time and your beautiful words today.
No, and likewise, Janelle, thank you so much for your time this morning. And I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I hope for those listening have enjoyed it as well and continue the great conversations in the spaces that they're involved in. So yes, absolutely looking forward to keeping our yarns going in whatever format it may be. And I look forward to seeing you here in Australia, and I'll be sure to look you up when I make it over the pond to say hello.
Please, I would love that. Thank you so much. Ngā mihi, everyone listening. Lovely to have you with us.
Yes, thank you all.
Episode 4, Voices of the Next Generation.
Kia ora, Daniel. Cool to be here with you having this kōrero, this talk around our kind of experiences within the governance space and within our Indigenous communities. A bit about me. Ko Putua ki te maunga, ko Rangatai ki te awa, ko Mātātua te waka, ko Ngāti Awa te iwi, ko Ngā Maihi te apu, ko Flavel, ko Cairns, ko Hockley, ko Rankin, Oku Ingoa whānau, ko Taylor Kurd, tōku ingoa. My name's Taylor. I'm from the iwi, the tribe Ngāti Awa, which is in the east coast of Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is near Whakatane. I grew up not far from there in Papamoa, in Tauranga Moana, and I now live in Wellington, which is our capital. I do a bit of volunteering here in Wellington. I work with Volunteer Wellington in our heart office, Te Awa Kairangi. We're looking at Indigenous ways of community engagement, and we also help about 400 nonprofits across the city with their volunteer capacities. I also sit on my iwi's Te Ahi Ka board, which is our iwi's festival, Ngāti Awa Te Tuki, and we've got organising that festival later in the year. Last year, I was the chair and co-chair of the Wellington Pride Festival, which is held in March. and that's an incorporated society, so that brings the queer community, the pride community together to celebrate and to protest and to do all of the amazing things that we do. I also had a head injury in 2017, and that kind of pulled me into the Māori health space. So I've worked with ACC to help redesign their head injury space and kind of make rongoa services, so Māori healing services, available for all claimants. And that was a really cool process to be a part of. Through my own journey, and I do kapahaka with a takatapui group, Te Whanawhana, with that whānau, and I do kapahaka with my hapu down this way, Ngāti Awa of Wellington, ki te Whanganui Atara. Yeah, nice to be here. Over to you.
Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for the amazing introduction too. By way of introduction, my name is Daniel Rosendale. I'm a Western Kuki-a-Langi Kuki of the Man, born and raised here in Gimwe, otherwise known as Cairns, Australia. In my work, I'm the co-founder and custodian of Deadly Inspiring Youth Doing Good, which is a youth-led non-for-profit that was founded back in 2016. And we work to support our community in this region, but also around Australia, recognising that our young people do know what they want to do, they do have passion, they do have power, and we just need to inspire and equip and empower them to really take that charge and take that lead for the next generations. Alongside that, in my full-time role here at DIG, I am also the treasurer of Woodchopper Open Health Service. So much like you, I do dabble in the community-controlled health sector, is what we call it, the community-controlled health sector. So supporting our community members in places where they're most vulnerable. I've been the treasurer of Woodchopper for 3 years now, and that's been an amazing experience for myself. Being a young person standing in quite a significant role of governance and community governance of that has always been a huge honour. I also am the treasurer of our Cairns NAIDOC committee. So that's a committee that's been around in Cairns for about 25 years now, delivering events and supporting and enhancing the celebration and pride of our community and our culture within the region. I've done that for about 4 years. And then among other things, I am a co-chair of a research project that's soon to release its final paper, hopefully within the next 2 weeks, which is a roadmap for adolescent health in Aboriginal communities. So really understanding when we look at the next 50 years, and we really have a bit of a long-term view on our community, what are the areas that are affecting our health of our young people that aren't directly pinpointed to health? So trying to understand that, to empower not only our own community understanding where we actually probably need to focus some of our health gaps, but how we can actually look at it in different ways to support it. Other than that, I'm a very proud community member, and I love doing all the work I do, and I'm very privileged to be here, so thank you.
Nice to meet you. So what's shaping your own kind of understanding of Indigenous governance at the moment and into the future?
It's an interesting question, I think, because when we look at governance, I'm sure you can reflect in your own community back home too, but we've had such strong leaders that have been holding down and supporting our community for so many years. But you look at those people and they've been in those positions for a very long time. Here in Australia, we're both a very old but also very young population. And so our community, our culture, our history, our law has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. But if you look at the average age of our population, at the moment, we're sitting at about 23 years old. So when I talk about Indigenous leadership and the future, I quite literally look at people that age and say, well, these are the people that are going to be taking on these roles. These are the people that are going to be stepping up in the future. And we need to make sure that as a community, as a people, as organizations and organizational leaders, we're preparing those young people as much as possible now. We're creating those pathways for succession planning, because we don't want to step into a place where there's a void when our leaders and our elders step away. What we want is we want them to step away with peace and a sense of contentment, because they know that what the legacy they've left behind is going to be picked up full-heartedly and at full speed by a young, passionate person that's ready to work.
I really support that. How have you seen the handover going so far? Because I mean, what I can see at this end, on this side of the ditch, in my kind of experience is that the future is now. You know, the handover has to happen now. And I see it going well in spaces and I see it not going well in spaces. What have you seen?
I completely agree with you. I think in many places we've seen that it should have happened probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where there's no right or there's no correct or incorrect way of doing. But what you recognize is that time is moving and we need to ensure that we're building the best possible pathways now. And if you haven't started yet, you should be starting. I think for us, when we look at the highest levels of the biggest organizations in our communities, we've got people that are extremely knowledgeable and they have the capacity to mentor. They have the capacity to succession plan. I like to look at it in this way that it's not like us stepping into these positions, people want us to fail. But we need to fail to learn. And the power behind having strong mentors and strong people in governance now is that they can let you learn and then they can guide you through that process. And I think that's the biggest thing when we talk about succession planning. It's not succession planning to take your role or my role and be perfect with it. It's to step into this position and learn from it and create what with it suits you.
Yeah, no, I really like that. I think my experience is I kind of join boards as they're kind of imploding, or as you kind of like grabbing the pieces as you're kind of continuing. You know, organizations that have been around for 40 years, you know, and then all of a sudden you get dumped with them. You're like, oh gosh, here we go, everyone, and everyone's new together. You know, that was quite an experience. Otherwise, I've witnessed kind of young people coming into spaces, and even from a Māori perspective as well, Māori coming into spaces and being invited into spaces kind of as a tick box, and then everything kind of continues. And you're not allowed to be young and you're not allowed to be Māori because there's no kind of space for that. Do you notice things like that?
Absolutely. I think there's two parts of your question I think I want to touch on. I think the first one was really around stepping into our organizations that have been around for decades. And because of whatever reason, you're stepping into it when it's not in the best space. And there's this pressure and expectation that, you know, I'm going to be able to come in and be able to fix it or change it for whatever reason. I think when they look at young people, they think, oh, you're a fresh face, you're a fresh opinion. But you have to have all this responsibility. And it's just like, well, unless this person is experienced in this, unless they've experienced these sorts of issues before, you've got to actually give them grace to have confidence that they will be able to provide a solution and a direction. Absolutely. But also provide them the grace that they are not the person that's going to suddenly make everything work and appear as normal. You got to give these people grace. You got to provide them with those experiences. You can't just expect them to step in and think, okay, I've been in this sort of role in limited capacity. I'm about to fix it.
Yeah. So what would you say is governance to you when you hear that word? What do you think?
I think governance is much probably like your community to mine. Governance is twice pronged. We have our cultural obligations, which in its own sense is a governance model and a way of doing. So when we talk about the governance, our young people are challenged all the time when they step in this space of a westernized governance model where I am sitting on boards with my respected elders and aunties and uncles. And outside of this, I listen to them and I respect them. But now I'm suddenly sitting on a board, you know, sitting in a board meeting, representing a government body of an organization that services our community, and I don't agree with that. And then the pressure sits with us and to say, well, I have to now manage not only the fact that from a Western governance perspective, I want to have my input and make sure that I am leading this organization in the correct direction, but also from a cultural perspective, I also got to manage how I'm holding my relationships and respecting my elders and people that I look up to, because they are the ones that come from, they are the knowledge holders for us, and they are the people that, you know, we listen to and go to. So it is definitely, it's a dance at times, and it's one that I find is quite challenging, but it also is an opportunity to not only learn from our elders, but also to build trust with our elders and make them realize that they can trust us as the next generation stepping in. I'd like to hear your perspective from what you touched on your intro. You mentioned quite a few spaces that you sit in and represent, and obviously you're sitting in multiple similar but different sort of spaces where governance, culture, and identity all touch each other. It would be really interesting to see how your perspective on that as well.
Yeah, I guess governance to me is would fall under like kaitiakitanga, so guardianship, I think is the closest. I really don't like translating Māori to English because I've seen when a word like volunteering gets translated in tuao, which is the Māori word, volunteering has its own whakapapa, its own history, and then tuao, my understanding, is to stand in the world. It's very different from kind of the concept of giving, but guardianship is the closest that I would get to. And guardian of what? And I think, like you say, we're stuck in a Western model, a Pākehā model of primarily my experiences with incorporated societies. And so my understanding as a kaitiaki, you're looking after this entity, you know, that's 40, however many decades old, and you're the current kaitiaki of it. So you're all working together. Everything needs to be written down. You know, it can't be in your heads. It needs to be somewhere physical as well. It exists in a physical space. And so governance to me is the group or the people that are kind of ticking the right boxes, I guess, for the Pākehā. But then where does culture come into it? And the view that I've been given is, if you kind of think of an octopus, you've got the incorporated society. It's the head, which is the model which the Western framework requires. Then the legs are all of the laws, whether you have an HR law, work law, or you have the Incorporated Societies Act, or other laws that kind of come off it. The cultural values come in as the suction cups, where the organization meets the real world, you know?
Latches on.
And so it's in all of your interpersonal relationships. It's in how you store information, how you look after people, manakitanga. It's the organization is an entity in itself, and legally it is. Governance is kaitiaki, is guardianship of that entity, and you put your culture through your values, where you meet the world and where it interacts with everything else on your path.
That's a really interesting analogy, and I do it makes sense to me. I guess I look at my organization, DIG, and my title is I am a custodian, in the sense of I am a holder of this place in this organization. It is not mine. I am not an owner of a role or a position. I am merely a person that is holding a space here, recognizing that as a custodian, it doesn't always mean I'm going to have forever. As a custodian, it is my responsibility, and I have almost inherited this responsibility by the people I serve or the people I work for, which is our community, to do this work. This work may not exist in 5 years as the organization grows and our community changes. So too must the role of what I am custodian to. So I really like that analogy, and I think it's a beautiful one too, because in many ways, every arm of that octopus is autonomous and it moves in its own way. And you've got to be reactive to how it interacts with the world, because every arm has a different touch point and a different way community also reacts back to. So I think it's a really interesting analogy. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no. All good. I'll ask you my next question, which is, through your experience in deeply inspiring youth doing good, which amplifies the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, how do you see young leaders shaping governance today?
Oh, I reflect. I'll go back to being a co-founder. Co-founder for me was I was also the first treasurer and also the youngest board member of our organisation when we incorporated back in 2016. At 18 years old, I became the treasurer of DIG. And my next question after being nominated as treasurer was, what does a treasurer do?
What did you do in that situation? Because that's a big job.
Yeah. But I wasn't the only one. I was very lucky enough to have, obviously, all of us. We were a collective of young people, and there was absolute truths. We were passionate, we were positive, and we wanted to make change. We didn't necessarily have the expertise, but we had the determination, the passion, and the drive to make it happen. So when we put ourselves into these positions, we were obviously lucky in the sense that I was a treasurer of, a newly founded organization. Luckily, we had no money, we were, those sorts of, I could rely on the ground, right? But for someone who was 18, stepping into the space, and we all, at 18 years old, had no real direction of where. I knew I wanted to do good things. I knew I wanted to eventually go to university, but I never imagined that I'd be co-founded an organization that 10 years on is still servicing and has grown and supported the community. It's a great journey, but I knew that I would be taking away a lot of experience and learnings. And because I, at that young age, had the experience and the support to step into a place of extreme uncomfortability to learn something new and learn some new skills, I am where I am now, where I'm able to support community on many different fronts. So when I think on this question about young people, leadership and governance, I think it's very important that we give opportunities to throw our young people into the deep end. But we've got to be able to support them.
Yeah, I support that. I is definitely baptism by fire as well. And, you're kind of thrown in it and you're like, oh my gosh, let me research everything I can about an incorporated society now that I lead one.
Yeah.
And what do all these things do, And
first Google search was, what does a treasurer do?
I hope it gave you all the answers you needed.
I'm still here, so...
Yeah. And so is the org, Preston.
Yeah. But it's one of those things, and it goes back to what I said before, is it reflects on supporting any future leader into any leadership position, is we want them to step into these positions, but we don't then want them to feel like if they fail, they're going to fail alone. We want to be able to support them to step into these positions and support them, let them make mistakes, but also guide them through those mistakes and say, well, this is the pressure of leadership. This is the pressure of governance. This is how we can work our way out of this together.
Who did you look to for that support?
That's a great question. I think if I reflect on DIG and the co-founders, we all were very lucky that our parents came from grassroots leadership. They all did things in their own right in our community. So when we were newly founded, we really looked to our close family. And, we took guidance from them, and direction from them, and positive reinforcement from them. But as we continue to build and grow, I think the most beautiful thing, and this is why community control works, is that people naturally want to see it succeed. They don't want to see people fail in community. So as you continue to grow, people who have always been around other organizations and around the community, they take notice. And then suddenly, at a time and a place when you've hit the next roadblock in your growth, you've got this person that just magically appears. And they're actually the exact person and the exact knowledge and the exact guidance that, as a young people, as an up-and-coming organisation, people looking for more experience and determination to keep on going, they're the exact people you need to say, take a step back, pull your head up, you can do this, let's do it together.
I really like how you kind of explain that the information comes when it's needed. And, you know, I feel like in Te Ao Māori, we have a very intuitive way of being, and our tupuna are always around us, and they guide us, and they will connect us to the right knowledge at the right time and the right people, you know. And I've definitely found that in my experience, that I've even kind of in passing with my kind of iwi leaders, I'll bump into them randomly in Wellington. They're all supposed to be back up north. And I remember that happened once. And I was running the Wellington Pride Festival at the time. And I kind of just asked him, we bumped into each other at a bar randomly. And I was like, what's something you're learning recently? And he kind of said that, you know, sometimes you can have the vision and you can have all of this knowledge and how to get somewhere. Sometimes you're not the one to explain that to others, and sometimes the people can't be convinced, and therefore the iwi, the organisation, can't move to where you want it, and you just kind of have to accept that. And that kind of resonated with me at the time with the festival, trying to get it somewhere. I just had to kind of back off and be like, cool, we're here where we are, let's just kind of continue as we are. And yeah, and I feel like my kind of journey through governance has been the same throughout, you know, even encountering the kind of octopus model, te whiki, for governance, getting stuck within all of the Western frameworks and the Incorporated Societies Act, and you do have to tick all the boxes. But then it's like, well, where do I put my culture in all of that? It's where it connects with the people, with the land, with other organizations. Yeah. And so, yeah, that intuition, would you say you're quite an intuitive person?
I would say, yes. I think it's kind of like you say, you get to a point where it's just like, this is where it's at, and this is it, and it's either going to progress or it's not. But regardless, we've gotten to this point. And it's a very beautiful thing when I think as an organization, you know, you are doing the right thing. You know, you get reinforcement that you are doing the right thing and you are working towards the right things when it does get stressful and when the compliance of the organization is actually way bigger than what you're actually trying to do. And then suddenly someone steps out of the blue and it's almost like they just turn up and there's light shining around them. Then you're just like, thank you. Because it was like, we didn't know you existed or whatever thing, but for whatever reason, we managed to cross paths at the optimal moment to actually create meaningful and tangible connection. And through that connection, actually helps either solve our problems or support us through issues, or even just create more opportunities. And, you know, you can touch many things on that, but intuition, the guidance from our ancestors, our connection to our country and our people, our community, I don't necessarily know what it is, but it's been a very big blessing, that's for sure.
That's it. My experience, yeah. It's the same, using your intuition. And I guess I'd say to young people who are looking at getting into governance is that don't worry about it. Your tupuna got you. Your ancestors have got you. You'll be given what you need when you need it, not a moment sooner, unfortunately, because, I mean, it'll be nice to have it right at the beginning. And, yeah, just get involved.
And it's going to be ours. And it's going to be ours to hold soon anyway, regardless of whether we like it or not. It's going to be ours to hold. So we should be encouraging each other to step into these spaces now where we have the safety and guidance of our eldership and our leaders. So we can actually step into them into the future and be those elders and leaders for the next generation.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. the time is now. It's already arrived. We needed to be doing it yesterday. And
Yeah.
so if this isn't going to end up in a dumpster fire, we need to step up. I think the barriers that I can see, though, is kind of our attention being harvested, on our phones, and wage slavery. I think those are the two biggest kind of barriers that I can see in New Zealand for young people engaging in governance. Is just our time is becoming less and less that we have for it.
And then there's also the pressure of not only the load of leadership that if you reflect on in many of the non-Indigenous organisations and Western organisations, there is an extreme pressure on leadership there. But then when you step into this community space, or this community control space, we like to call it here, is there's also that immense cultural load that we also do carry. And very soon, not only are they responsible for looking after an organisation or sitting on a few different boards and committees, they're also holding the relationships with communities. And we all know how hard it is to build those relationships with communities, but also how quickly it is for those relationships to deteriorate. And that is a part of the cultural load of the stress of we want to support our communities. And we've got to make good decisions, because just as quickly as we get there, it can disappear.
Yeah. I really like that. I heard it the other day. Trust leaves on a galloping horse, but it comes back at a walk. And so those relationships matter. And I think that's one thing that I kind of have focused on with the organizations that I've been in, is kind of making sure that the organization has good relationships. But I think one of my learnings as well is that if I step away, do the relationships last? How are they within the organization? And all of those questions. How does an organization maintain relationships with people, or other relationships with other organizations, with government? It's complex.
So complex. Thank you for sharing, Taylor. I really do appreciate that. Now, Taylor, it'd be really interesting to hear from you, especially about your perspective of how our organizations, our community control organizations, can make space for young people in this space of governance and leadership. And what sort of, when we talk about make space, what does that make space actually look like?
I think that's a great question. And I like to go back to why aren't young people there already? Asking those questions, and what are the biases that mean that there's not a whole bunch of young people lining up at the door? It's easy to kind of say, oh, young people don't have time. But do young people even know you exist? Is your board easy to access? Are they allowed to be young people on your board?
Is it safe?
Is it safe? Absolutely, especially within takatapu spaces. Is it respected? Yeah, I would be answering all of those questions as an organization first, and then naturally young people might just be. As opposed to, I think it's too easy for an organization to allow a young person to be there, or allow a Māori person to be there, because they've got to tick we've got a young person and now we've got a Māori person, and then you're not allowed to be Māori or young. Mm-hmm. And so I think answering those biases first, what would your answer to that be?
Yeah, you touched on that a bit earlier about the not allowance to be Māori, or not allowance to be young. And I think that's a big one. Same over here, that it's gone to the point. So for DIG, for us, we've advocated and we got our constitution of our organisation changed to recognise that while we're a young organisation now, we are also getting older. But in our governance structure, we created space for 2 recognised youth governance board members. So as long as our constitution stands and our members endorse it, we will always have it mandatory that at least 2 of our positions have to be under the age of 30. And that allows some great space, and that is a bit of peace of mind that we can also then invite some older, more experienced people from our communities to come sit on our boards. but also that we're always ensuring that we have young people in this space. They are, just because they are the youth, there's the youth board member position, doesn't mean you can't be under 30 to apply. It's just saying that we have to have at least 2 at all times in our organisation. And it really empowers them to say, well, I can be a young person on this board and I can still learn, and I can sit in this from a perspective of observership in a way, but I am still a decision maker.
So how would you navigate kind of accountability to elders whilst also bringing your own young perspective?
I think in this way, this is where the youth board position actually is a really beautiful fit, because what we've done is we've created the space that is for us in these boardrooms, in these committees, in these governance structures. I reflect on my own experience of applying and standing on boards, and some people said, no, Bob, you're right, your time will come. I'm like, well, I'm standing here because my time's now, like. And I want to also sit in this position because you're here too. I want to sit next to you and learn and be guided by. I don't want to be sitting here in 5 years' time when your knowledge is not here anymore and your support's not here anymore. And I think we also got to recognize that. And as we step into our own eldership, and the people listening, as we step into our own eldership, I think it's very important that we also have that little bit of a seed sitting in the back of our head. How are we going to be when we're in these positions? And we have to be the ones to say, well, I actually got to give up this seat of power or this responsibility or, this opportunity, and allow it for the next generation. Not because of that they can't do it, but because we need them to do it. I don't know. It's a challenging one, but we need the buy-in from our elders and our mentors and our leaders to support us to take these roles, because we want to do it while they're still here, and we want their support while we do it. We don't want to go against them. They're our cultural, intellectual property. They're our leaders, our law keepers, our guides. We want them to be there and watch us take these positions.
Yeah. I think in Te Ao Māori we have a tuakana teina model. So that's an older sibling and a younger sibling. And you have the older and the younger, but each of them bring their own perspective and are needed. So you don't necessarily have one above the other. It's kind of like next to each other. And so when I've been in Pākehā spaces, it's not quite been the case. But in my Māori spaces, it definitely is. And I think my thinking and kind of understanding of governance and leadership has definitely been shaped by those who are older than me that I've worked with and done life with as well, and it's kind of comes to that. They need each other. And I guess the pressing thing is, do we have the time to do it? We're running out of time, The time is now, as we've kind of mentioned.
The time is now, and absolutely. And I think it kind of leads into the fact of, well, the time is now, and we're at the most efficient point we've ever been in terms of running organisations, but we're also at the same time the most time poor and attention poor. I would be interested if I flip that on the switch and I go to values and knowledge as well. And as our communities and our culture evolve, let's just say, for a common word sense, from your experience, how is your community-controlled organisations, your non-for-profits, holding those values and that knowledge? And how has that been carried forward?
Through connections. I don't see values as stagnant. They're living. They live in us as people. And I think that ensuring that you stay connected to every generation and to your intuition, to your ancestors, I think is really important to ensure that you're moving with them. I think there's this kind of an ideology from the West that knowledge is obtained and it's stagnant because it lives in books. We're an oral tradition, and so that makes it more alive, and it doesn't stay stagnant, it does move. And so I think it's really important to maintain those relationships, because that is the knowledge, that is the connection to knowledge. And one day, yes, you're not going to have them, because as you say, they're going to pass on. And that's where we look to those with us with the highest intuition, I guess, at that point, to be like, talk to our tupu now. What are we up to now?
Yeah, you're so right, though, because the connection that we have is, there's one thing that colonization has never been able to take from us, and that's our connection to our culture and our connection to each other. And they're our two strongest suits. And what we know in our way of doing, in our governance models, is that they do work and they are efficient, and they are actually starting to be adopted by Western practices. And they realize, the way community control health works in Australia is actually a very good model, and it's cheaper than what our mainstream health services operate in. And you'll probably see the same over in New Zealand as well, because what we're doing is we're taking away all the pressure around the person, and we're focusing on the person itself, and that human-centered care, because that human is connected to our community and that human is connected to us, and we need to ensure that we're supporting them the best way possible.
I would say that that's definitely the case here in New Zealand as well. I know that Runga Māori healing practitioners had the uptake of them through ACC, our kind of injury, those who control injury in New Zealand. The uptake by Pākehā and Māori is 50-50, and the outcomes are great on both sides. And like you say, cheaper. Shouldn't be cheaper, should pay them more. But it's definitely, it has better outcomes, and it has, I would say better outcomes, it has good outcomes. Yeah. And so I think as well, what works for Māori across many sectors works for everyone, because it's just, it's human. It includes relationships.
That's a really beautiful thing. I would like to ask you this question, and when we talk about the responsibilities young leaders carry, what does it mean to maintain that cultural legitimacy in these governance models, and as these governance models kind of change and adapt?
I guess what we just said, stay connected. I think in New Zealand, well, even for my own journey, I was in this governance space and kind of had a break, and I was going to kind of find my own, reconnect with my own iwi and whakapapa, my ancestry. And I kind of thought that was a side project. I'll quickly go and kind of find my connections, and then I'll get back on track. And what I found actually was, as I moved that way, that became the way. And it's actually a really successful way. And now I'm really connected to my iwi, and I guess there's more depth and richness in all of the spaces that I'm a part of, because for me, Te Ao Māori comes with quite a bit of depth, and a lot of the words kind of double up in meanings in all sorts of spaces, and you can see how our tupuna thought and how they connected words in particular ways. So yeah, I would say go to find your whakapapa, and you'll actually find that there's a lot more to be found. Were you raised with your kind of Indigenous roots, or was that something you came to later? What did that look like?
It's a very interesting conversation, because the ones that more and more of our young people are experiencing is, I'm a First Nations man, I've been connected to my family, but I didn't grow up in my country. And that's not by any fault of mine or my parents. It was simply my mother and father had to come to live here in Gimwe, because that's where Dad's work was. He was working in the Navy, so he had to go on the Navy boats and go out. And that Cairns became my home. But there's many people in this region that are exactly the same. The Cairns is a cultural hub for all of the Cape, further inwards of Queensland, and the Torres Straits. And there's many different people from all over the communities that call this place home. And we're very fortunate to have our traditional owners, the people that were here, and this is their country, allow us to live and practice and build our families and our communities on this country, because for us, it's been an immense privilege. I think the challenge, though, when you talk about that is, while I've always been connected to my country and my people and my family, you have to recognize that I also have learned to be respectful to the fact of this country that I'm on right now is not mine. And I am welcomed here, and I can call this place, I'm very proud to call this place my home, but it is not my country. And there's the respect there of, while I'm connected to country, I'm not of this country. So I think that is a challenge. And when we look at that, we actually do realize that as our people continue to build their own skills and capabilities, they will end up moving, changing, and not everyone will go back to their own country. But as long as they're centered at who they are, and that, as you kind of said before, you went over here to reconnect and learn your culture and your people, and you realized that's actually the grounding for everything I should be doing. I shouldn't be going over here to then come back. If I base everything from this point, regardless of where I am, who I am, or what I stand for, I am centered in my being and my identity, and I can stand tall and be proud of that. So taking those kind of thoughts on, I'm sure as I have, you have as well, how have you balanced respect for cultural authority in these different spaces, and how have you challenged them, or have you tried to do things differently to ensure that, you know, not only you centered in what is right, but you're also respecting those differences of opinion, those cultural authorities, and those cultural protocols?
I would say I probably just soak it up whenever I'm around them. So I'm not really put in a position where I conflict, because I think my relationships are good, and I think that matters. And I notice in spaces, more in Pākehā spaces, where my relationships are not good, and then things can break down, you know, and things get tense. When I see young people, especially kind of millennials at the moment, hearing it from a lot of us actually, is kind of, we're the Y generation, and so we kind of ask a bunch of questions, and then we kind of like, we'll question things when we come into a space, and previous generations may not always find that great. And I think if you're with a solid relationship first, and you've got a solid relationship, those questions aren't adversarial, and they're answered really well, and you kind of supported. Whereas if the relationship doesn't exist and it's not strong, the young person, what I've seen, kind of becomes this adversarial role of, well, why do we do things like that? Why can't we do them like this? Or I think when you're interpreting something, someone who asks, you know, someone who has a bit more depth or wants a bit more depth and purpose and meaning to their work, kind of can come across as adversarial. So I think just maintaining good relationships, I think, is really important. How would you answer that? Do you find similar stuff? Or
I really like when you said, like, when the relationship doesn't exist, because it is a challenge. We're stepping into spaces where they're literally the peak of our leaders and our ways of doing, and they're standing there. They're like giants. And suddenly I'm sitting at the same table as them, and I have a different way of doing, or I actually think we should be doing something differently. It's a very raw experience to feel, because you're conflicted around how you should do it. And I think it touches back to when that relationship doesn't exist. And I feel now, and you could probably agree, you sat in enough spaces, but you've also spent the time to build these relationships with your elders and your community members, that once you sit at these spaces, they look at you and they don't see a young person who's inexperienced. They see someone that is willing to willing to fight for the betterment of their community, and they're willing to put themselves out there and have differing opinions to support the improvement of said communities. So it is always very conflicting, and I think there will always be one or two moments in your career where you're kind of sitting there, especially as a young leader stepping into these spaces, where you're sitting there and think, I need to say something, I need to say something. And sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, and that's fine. But if you're ever going to be respected, sometimes you have to kind of step into the goblet of fire and give it a go. And obviously, at all times, you be respectful, you be honest and transparent, but you also do stand up for what you believe in. Because at the end of the day, you're in this position because of your skill set, your knowledge, your capabilities. And yes, while there's some very experienced people around the table with you, you shouldn't be afraid of what your sense of right is and how you think you should achieve that.
Yeah, no, I totally. I kind of makes me think of this time. I think it was last year. I was sitting at a dinner table, just having dinner with the chair of my iwi and the chair of a local iwi, and they were discussing AI and how it interacts with Indigenous spaces. And I was like, how did I get here? Oh my gosh, I'm so lucky to like, this is tip of the, this is like front of the way. Like we've pulled out in front, and our waka is like, I'm now sitting at the front. Like, how did that even get here? And it was cool just to watch that the conversation was even being had, Yeah, those are spaces that I really love, especially within the Māori health space. It's really cool. I kind of just see it as like a sea of canoes, waka. And then sometimes your waka pulls out in front, and you're like, oh my gosh, I now really got to know what I'm up to, because I somehow seem to be here with all of these amazing people, and we're doing some amazing things, and there's actually responsibility on me. And I think that's a really cool place to be in. People will find that, and each organization will be doing it in different ways, but it's a really cool feeling. Have you ever had that feeling?
Oh, very much so. I think in this space, and as you continue to grow and you continue to do more, you realize that you see it, you see these opportunities, and then sometimes it goes so fast you don't reflect. But then you sit back and you're like, man, did I just do that? Like, I was literally part of this, and I can see the changes, or I can see the influence of the decisions that I helped make or advised on, or the things that I led. And then you reflect, like, this is what it means. This is actually what it means to be an up-and-coming leader, or just a leader, but as someone who's stepping into these things, actually looking at those successes and thinking, okay, this is why we do it. This is why the people before us have done it. And this is why I will want to continue to be here, continue to do this.
Yeah, I would say that's how young people change the world, by accident, because you were in a space that you felt so uncomfortable with to begin with. And I can hear it in my understanding.
Yeah, one opportunity. It was 18 at a cafe, and they asked you to sit on a board. Look where you are now. Now, Taylor, it'd be really interesting to get your perspective through your experiences. How have you seen governance evolve over the last 10 or so years?
I wasn't in governance 10 years ago. And I think from our leaders, I don't think you would either. And so I think this is kind of like a discussion for our elders. However, every organisation comes with its own history, its own whakapapa, its own connections. And if I look at, say, an organisation like ACC, I think what's changed over the last 10 years is that government organisations, and I can see even with local organisations, they've gone from, and even the community organisations that I work with in the non-profit sector, they've gone from a public good to a funding model. We're talking about funding way more. And I think neoliberal policies of the 80s and 90s have changed these entities, these octopuses that we give birth to, we wake up, they're changing. A lot of agreements that these organizations were founded in an era where everyone kind of was trying to come together and solve problems together and help the community, and we had a collective responsibility. Now we're talking about fiscal responsibility and sustainable management, and I think that's what's changed, is our entities, these octopus, have become really Pākehā, and they were a public good to begin with. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have. Maybe it's a two-pronged, and if I don't hit the second one, let me know. But I think I do agree with evolution, and we in Australia have definitely seen that in some of our spaces, especially in AIGI space, the community controlled sector, that you start to see, and I won't comment whether it's by necessity or desire, but you have seen that some of our peak bodies have actually turned into funding bodies. So that question of the organizations and peoples that were meant to represent us and advocate for us at the highest levels are now the deciders of whether we continue or not.
Yeah.
And it's a scary space to be in, because
philanthropic organizations are almost in a power position. And that's not kind of what philanthropy is, I thought. But so many orgs rely on it.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where we also recognize to run and have strong governance in our community controlled sector, in our not-for-profits, it's expensive and it's hard to do. And not necessarily philanthropy, government funding, fee-for-service. We're trying to do all these things, and you suddenly realize you have to have your finger in 8 different pies to make it sustainable, to have enough money to fund the positions, to make sure that you have strong governance and, controls and security measures. And you got to do all this extra work. And I think we are starting to see a change in how some philanthropists and some government funding look at supporting the core, because recognizing, if these organizations, if this is where they're struggling, either they're going to fold or they're going to find a way. And, we should be putting pressure on our peak bodies. We should be putting pressure on those people that represent our community controlled sector at the highest levels to say, well, you actually need to either get government to change how they operate, or get them to actually come to the table and start supporting us more, or you come and support us more. So it's an interesting kind of position, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would say that it kind of alludes to your organization doesn't exist in a bubble. It exists in a society, under a government, around other organizations. And I think that any decisions and ideologies that encompass the nation also that you've got to work within, and sometimes they're not conducive to easy helping people. How did helping people become so complicated and hard? It's hard. All this compliance and then finding funding from 22 different places to fund one person's role. That's wild. That's like a lot of effort and time to try and find that money.
You need someone in a position to do that work, right? So it
defeats the purpose.
It's a perpetual cycle. And I think I wanted to just touch back my second point that I wanted to make around how we sometimes now we're feeling more out of touch and more westernized than ever. And it's because when our elders and our leaders started these back in the day, you're right, it was very simple. We want to help people. At DIG, we want to do good. Very simple purpose, very simple rationale. We're going to figure it out. We volunteered for 7 years to build this organization and to grow it. And for us, for kind of leaders at the time that really took mantle, we worked for free for 3 years. My 3 sisters, Stacey, Samara, and Marissa, They all quit their high-paying jobs for 3 years and jumped on government support to be able to make this organisation operate. I worked overnights in a hotel, and we did everything we could. Our first employee didn't get paid for a month because for us to actually have the money in the bank account to pay the employee, we had to complete the contract. To complete the contract, we hadn't had the employee, and that person was the generosity of some of our first staff members, our inaugural staff members who still work in the organisation today, that they're willing to take that risk with us. And I think that's the essence of where it stands and where it stems from, is that as organizations grow, the need to support people kind of gets forgotten in the need to be compliant and ensure that governance and high levels of management are there. But what we need to recognize is that these two can coexist, and they need to coexist and be balanced, because just as much as the reason that we're from here is the reason we sustain. So we're here for our community, and we're sustained by high levels of operational governance. And we need to balance these two equally, and we need to know that we're doing it for our community, and we're able to continue to do it for our community because of our strong government and models of care.
Yeah, I would say that that's the role of governance, is to get all that compliance ticked. And I know that one of my aunties, what she said to me, and if we move into the question on how can Indigenous governance, how can our next generation, what is it that we need to protect within governance? And I think I've been given an opportunity in some spaces under good governance to dream. And I don't get to do that in spaces where I have to do all the compliance. And, someone's got to do all of the compliance and say, we've ticked all of these boxes. And now you, people, dream of what this organization can really turn into and be. And it's hard, I think, to hold both roles. But I think good governance can give the dreaming to people. And that dreaming is, because once you don't have to worry about anything getting ticked, the world's your oyster, the sky's the limit. And what would you do in that space? What would your dreaming look like if you didn't have to do compliance and you had a government board that just did it, got all the money, got everything you needed, and now what are you doing tomorrow?
It's a beautiful concept, and it makes me reflect on our earlier days of DIG and our first kind of board that we had assembled. We did a board retreat. So essentially, we all chipped in our little bit of money, and we got an Airbnb. We got big butcher's papers, notepads, plenty of food, and we workshopped. What do we imagine DIG is going to look like? What do we want? We filled a whole wall with sticky notes, butcher's papers, about what do we want to achieve and what we want to do. And it was a powerful thing because there was no, if we had this much money, or, if we had this many staff members, or if we had this or that. It's like, what do you envision we could do? We had people there that we were going to have our own, businesses. We were going to run the government. We were going to do all these things. And, in hindsight, you think, okay, well, it was maybe some of the dreams were a bit too big, but the whole point of it doesn't stop us, and we're actually shaping. And these things do live. They continue to live in the minds of the people that continue to hold them. And one of the most powerful things written down was that we want to have our own village. And when I say village, it's a community center for our people. But it's not just us. It's other like-minded organizations who are passionate about serving the community, have strong governance, have strong ways of doing. We want our village to strengthen because we want a strong ecosystem where people correlate, they touch each other, they are always interconnected and building those strong relations, those strong connections. And that has been something that has been standing with DIG for the last 10 years, that concept of a village. And who are those people in our village that are also doing like-minded things? And how can we bring them together and bring us together to make our community stronger?
Have you made good on that? Do you have your village?
I think we're not far.
That's so exciting.
It's a pipeline dream, you know. It's one of those things, but it's that intuition where, you know, there's been people at key points in our journey that has supported us in coming to these points, and it may happen, it may eventuate. And I'm very confident of the leadership we have here at Ditch, not just in myself, but all the people around an organization and all the people external to the organization that support us, that, you know, one day that's going to be a reality for us. And then it's up to us to ensure that we hold true to our community, our word to our community, around what that village stands for and what it means. So obviously lots of responsibility, but lots of opportunity.
Oh, definitely. I think it's cool that you say that, because I know that working across the nonprofit sector, Volunteer Wellington, we have somewhat of a bird's eye view across the sector within our city and our areas and our suburbs. And I was a part of the team who created a networking event for nonprofits in Lower Hutt, which is kind of one half of the city. And yeah, I can see that turning into, like, I wish that we would somehow get funding, because I can see everyone needs to hire an office space. Everyone needs to have access to each other, that we kind of pass people to whoever they need to, who's best suited. But doing that across an entire city is just difficult. Whereas if there's this hub, like this village, like you say, where if you do need governance support here, like everyone like can book your governance room and we can have people come support you, do it at different times, you know, kind of, there's your boardroom, everyone, for like 30 organizations, you know. I think the village and having that space where these entities can exist allows people to not pay all this rent, and you can actually fund going out to the community as well, a bit easier, but still have a base.
But also encourage community to engage with you. For our community members, we have the space there for cultural practice. If they want to do a kapmari or a hangi, there, the pit's there. You know what I mean?
Cool. Yeah,
and
you
want to come dance, the space is there. The community then recognize that this is a place where they can feel supported in, they can feel encouraged to embrace it. Because not only are there all these amazing, strong organizations there wrapping around supports, they're also opening it up, encouraging the community to also engage and strengthen that village, strengthen that community, strengthen that connection and identity, because that's what it's all about. It's about that connection, that interrelationality, that ways of doing that. You know, the Western societies look at us and think, oh, you do that differently, but you might think that, but what we do actually works. And this is living evidence of that.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool that it's the relational aspect, I think, always comes back to that. And it'd be cool to see our cities, instead of a central business district, had a central community district, you know, like what we're talking about. Recreational stuff there, all sorts, you know. Would be the dream. Imagine, like, how sad is it for young people to wish for community instead of what we have, you know?
Yeah, like, and I think that really touches on, I know we've kind of talked, like, what we've kind of talked about. Where do you think the Indigenous governance is going to go into the next generation, and what do you think we need to hold on to? Is it that connection? I know we've touched on the word of connection a lot, but what do you think needs to be protected and kind of held true as we continue to evolve?
I would think, for me, protecting the history of what other people have set for us. You know, like when it's our turn to inherit these organizations that have helped a lot of people for generations, we can't drop the ball, you know. But I think there's definitely room to make them more relational. And it may mean that we get pulled into politics because we need to change the system and the environment in which our organizations sit. You know, I think they kind of go hand in hand at this point, you know, where a lot of organizations are kind of building providing ambulances at the bottom of the cliff we need to get to the top of that cliff and build a fence, you know?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of young people within the protest space, which I think is fantastic. And I don't see them too far from governance. You know, I think that we're all interconnected in the spaces that we're working. What do you think would?
I think that you're pretty bang on the money in many ways, and I think that what we're seeing more advocates in our community, people who are passionate about the injustices that we see for our community members, and they're willing to step up and make a stand. And when we talk about governance, that is a framework of strong governance, because those people are willing to make change, and they're willing to fight for it, and they're willing to stand. And in our ways of doing that is the most important thing we could ever embrace. When I think about what needs to be protected, it's that connection to our identity. And we must never lose the fact of who we are representing in these spaces. And that's our community first and foremost. And our people, our forefathers, our mothers that fought for us to get to this point. So we need to often have that time of knowing our history, because we don't want our history to repeat itself. We don't want government or our westernized kind of organizations to start putting their fingers on stuff that we've built for so long and our forefathers have built for so long, and let them destroy it or wreck it or make it lose the direction and the inherent beauty that it held because of what they did to build it. So that's kind of where, when I look to the future, the biggest thing is, because I know these ecosystems, these processes, these governance structures, they work, and they work well. And we can't allow other people to come in and destroy that, either because they don't want to see us succeed, or they're trying to copy it and imitate it without doing the proper practice in letting us invite them in, and letting us invite them in to learn and observe.
Yeah, I think it's that I see our Indigenous cultures have a lot of depth to them, and you can't just replicate what you see. It's got to be felt. And I think that's the big part, is kind of including our bodies in governance. I know that in Te Ao Māori, we do our pepeha, we introduce ourselves, and it can take a long time, and I think that's the part that is most dissonant with the more Pākehā mindset. But what's actually happening during that time is our bodies are learning to emotionally regulate around each other. And my mind can kind of think at the speed of light, but it takes my hand to get from here to here. Time. The body is measured in time. And so I think if things take longer, it's because we're including our bodies now. And I think that's a really important aspect to, I know my Māori culture, I'm not sure, does your Indigenous culture include your body a lot more than a Western perspective?
Yeah. The grounding, the connection to our country and our bodies is so important. You know, I think that feeling, that intuition, that feeling, and that no good feeling in your heart when you think,
yeah,
is this right? Is this wrong? We got to trust it. That intuition is so powerful for our people. Our people have been ripped off for generations, and we have a chance to continue to not allow that to happen. In many ways, people before us have done the same, but we got to take that mantle on and continue that and continue to go strong. And I think you're right. It's that slow down, because we're only as fast as our community allows us to go as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's been epic chatting with you, and you will have to tell me when that village becomes a thing, because I will come and visit.
We would love you to come across, have a look, stay a little while,
Yeah, that'd be great.
More than welcome in our space, and it's been an absolute pleasure to spend the last hour talking with you, Taylor.
Yeah. Go well, and yeah, your community sounds like they're very, very lucky to have you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, bro. Nice to see you.
Cheers. Ka kite.